are presenting in person, please bring your presentations to the multimedia desk here in front so that they can just load them and have them ready. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Mkuma.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maduban. Greetings, colleagues. My greetings to the senior management at UNISA, those who are present and those who are not, and all the management categories, our colleagues in different categories at UNISA, colleagues from other universities, colleagues from private organizations, our students present, and everyone who is here. My warm greeting today, and I'm very excited that I have been lucky. I take this as the luck that I was approached and requested to direct this program. We're a bit late, 10 minutes late, but it will all depend on the speakers to have a look at the program and adhere strictly to time. This is the summit organized by UNESCO Chair Inclusive Education, entitled African Inclusive Higher Education, African Inclusive Higher Education Summit, Transforming Universities for Equity, Access and Belonging. We are also fortunate that the way it is organized speaks to the issue of widening access. Some of us are joining online, others are watching from YouTube and other spaces, while others are physically present. We welcome you, all colleagues. I also want to introduce our sign language interpreters, Ms. Winnie Maweni from the Department of Inclusive Education at UNISA, and Ms. Sophie Mabaso from the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities at UNISA. My name is Israel Lindokuhle Mkuma. I'm also one of the lecturers in the Department of Inclusive Education. Earlier, I saw that Mr. Madibanya saw a picture. For me, it was more than 10 years ago. I was still a young guy and looking handsome. But now time flies. I'm an old man, white beard, not very old, but not young anymore. I'm so excited, ladies and gentlemen, to be part of this and also directing this program. In my opening remarks, I would like to refer to Emeritus Bishop Desmond Tutu, quote and off quote. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its tail foot on the tail, if an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse, and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. I decided to refer to this quote because in most instances, we assume the neutrality position in spaces of disability because we have not personally faced disability, whether in our families or in our immediate communities. We hear about disability, we hear people talking about experiences, and we have or we project our own experiences. And based on those experiences which are not actually real, then we tend to say, no, it doesn't concern me, we have done accommodations and so forth. Or rather, we just maintain our point that we are neutral in this situation, but persons with disabilities will not appreciate our neutrality. Hence, I'm so grateful that UNESCO Chair, under the leadership of Professor Maguwe, has organized this summit so that we can amplify our voices in support of the experiences and realities of people with disabilities using our African lenses. To start off, I would like to request Dr. Mtitswe, who is the line manager in the Department of Inclusive Education, my boss, to welcome all the guests present. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Mtitswe, not Dr. Mtitswe, sorry.
Greetings,
Professor.
greetings, colleagues, greetings to everyone. Distinguished Executive Dean of the College of Education, Professor Makwe, who is joining online, the Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Seruto, the school directors, Professor Tabane, School of Educational Studies, and Professor Mudau, School of Teacher Education. They are also joining online, and I hope Professor Tabane will join us soon. Our esteemed representatives from UNESCO, who are also joining online, ladies and gentlemen, and representative from higher education, honored representative from the government, from the departments, from non-government organizations, disability right advocates, civil society organizations who are also joining online, distinguished scholars and researchers, respective colleagues and students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. Good morning. Thank you. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the African Inclusive Higher Education Summit, convened under the inspiring and timely theme, Transforming Universities for Equity, Access, and Belonging. On behalf of the Department of Inclusive Education and the Chair of UNESCO, Professor Magube, and also on behalf of the College of Education and the university community, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to every one of you taking time to join this event. Your presence affirms a shared commitment to advance inclusive, equitable, socially just higher education in Africa. Today, we gather not merely as academics, practitioners, policy makers, students, or advocates, but we gathered because history demands us to do so, or history demands more from us. We gather as partners in collective movement, a movement committed to transforming our universities into spaces where every individual, regardless of disability, socio-economic background, language, race, gender, culture, or identity, experience genuine access, meaningful participation, academic success, and perhaps most importantly, the profound sense of belonging. This summit, therefore, represents more than an exchange of scholarly ideas. It is a declaration that South Africa and African universities must become engine of social justice. A declaration that excellence and inclusion are not competing ideal, but inseparable pillars of quality education. A declaration that the measure of a university is not only found in its research ranking, in graduation statistics, or in international reputation, but also in the capacity to ensure that every student can learn, can participate, and contribute to flourish. As Africans, as South Africans, we approach this responsibility through the enduring philosophy of Ubuntu. And Ubuntu reminds us thus, I am because we are. This simple, profound philosophy teaches us that human dignity is realized through our interconnectedness. It rejects exclusion because exclusion diminishes us all. It reminds us that our humanity is strengthened when every member of our community is recognized, respected, and empowered to contribute. Within our universities, Ubuntu challenges us to move beyond merely accommodating diversity towards intentionally creating communities where every student is genuinely belongs. Belonging is not achieved through admission. Belonging is created through relationships. Belonging is experienced when students no longer have to prove that they deserve to be included, but belonging is realized when institutions change, not students. This vision resonates deeply with the aspiration of the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Agenda 2063 imagines an Africa whose development is people-driven, where every citizen is empowered to realize their full potential, where knowledge, innovation, and education becomes catalyst for inclusive growth, peace, and sustainable development. Universities occupy a central place within this vision. If Africa is to become prosperous, innovative, and globally competitive, our universities must become places where every student, not only the privileged ones, but all students, can access quality teaching, quality learning, develop their capabilities, and participate meaningfully in shaping our continent's future. Likewise, the summit echoes the aspiration of Sustainable Development Goal 4, which calls upon all nations to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all. And let us remember, the SDG does not say for a call for education, but it says a call for inclusive, equitable, and quality education. These three pillars cannot exist inseparably. Quality without equity produces inequality. Access without participation produces exclusion. Participation without belonging limits human potential. The challenge before us now today is therefore not merely expanding enrollment. It is transforming education's ecosystems so that every student has an equal opportunity to succeed. Our work is further strengthened by principles of the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which reminds the global community that education is not an act of charity extended to persons with disability. Education is fundamental human right. Inclusive education, therefore, is not a favor, it is justice. Accessibility is not an optional institutional initiative, it is an obligation. Participation is not a privilege, it is a right. Belonging is not an aspiration, it is human necessity. These principles align with the vision of the UNESCO Chair of Inclusive Education in Higher Education, Professor Magube's vision, whose leadership continues to inspire universities to rethink institutional cultures, transform teaching and learning, strengthen research, collaboration, influence policies, and promote inclusive excellence across South Africa, Africa, and global communities. The UNESCO Chair reminds us that inclusion cannot be confirmed to disability support units or specialized offices. Inclusion must become an organizing principle of the university itself. It must shape leadership, it must shape governance, it must shape curriculum, it must shape assessment, and it must also shape research. Only then will inclusive cease to be a program and become the identity of the university. As we commence this summit, we are presented with extraordinary opportunity. Over the next few days, 2 days, today and tomorrow, we will hear voices from different disciplines, different countries, different sectors, and different lived experiences. Each presentation represents an invitation to think differently, to challenge inherited systems, to imagine universities that do not merely respond to diversity, but are intentionally designed for diversity for the outset. I therefore encourage every participant to engage wholeheartedly. Listen with curiosity. Let us ask questions. Let us debate. Let us collaborate with purpose. Allow yourself to be challenged, not because transformation is comfortable, but because transformation is necessary. To our distinguished presenters, thank you for sharing your scholarship, your expertise, and your lived experiences. Your work contributes to an expanding body of knowledge that continues to shape inclusive higher education internationally. To our students who are online and who are also present here, your presence enrich this gathering. You remind us that inclusive higher education is ultimately about people, not policies. It's about futures, not frameworks. And it's about human potential, not institutional compliances. Your voice are indispensable in shaping universities that truly reflect equity, participation, and belonging. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude with the words of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who reminds us, and I quote, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." And with the enduring wisdom of our father, Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Today, we gather because we believe that inclusive education is the most powerful weapon to change that world. May this summit ignite bold thinking and strengthen international partnership. May it influence institutional policies. May it generate an innovative research. May it influence institutional policies. And above all, may it reaffirm the collective commitment to build African universities where equity is intentional, where access is meaningful, where belonging is lived, and every student has the opportunity not merely to enter higher education, but to flourish within it. And ladies and gentlemen, you are warmly welcome. Thank you.
Of the Department of Inclusive Education, thank you so much. I think you can clap hands for her. We really appreciate your warm welcome, Prof. And we have to listen to every word that you have shared with us, which is wisdom that may assist us or should assist us as we pursue this essential summit, especially that university cannot just be the sources of knowledge or exclusive knowledge. It should be the place where everyone has got a right to access, has got a right to participate, and eventually succeed in education. Our next speaker is also our head, Professor Mpine Makwe, who is our Executive Dean. Prof, I know you always share wisdom whenever you get an opportunity. Please take over. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Professor Mkuma. Thank you so much for that introduction. Professor Mtizwe, thank you so much for giving us an indication of where this is going to. And thanks again for your kind invitation to us as the management of the college to make sure that we are part of these wonderful, wonderful conversations that will be had today and tomorrow. Good morning, colleagues, on this beautiful, beautiful day. And we are really honored to have distinguished guests amongst us, policymakers, fellow advocates for inclusive education. And these advocates are very important because they ensure that no one is left behind. And that's why we are all here, to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you so much to Professor Tabani, who is the School Director of Educational Studies, who has also joined us. A big thank you to Professor Magube of the UNISA UNESCO Chair for Inclusive Education, who has brought distinguished presenters from all over the world to come and assist us as we ponder on the issue of inclusivity in Africa. So this is very, very important for us as a university, because as a university, one of the principles of open distance e-learning is equitable access to equitable access to all. And inclusivity is central to equitable access. So that's why this particular seminar and this particular today endeavor that we are having today is critical for all of us. Today, we will be posing in many, many questions, but I think for me, what is important, we need to ask hard questions about what do we mean by inclusion. Are we including learners, or are we just placing them in the same classroom without putting systems in place that ensures that every learner is included? For far too long, and I'm happy that we also have policymakers in our midst so that they can be able to look at the systems, if the systems are actually addressing the issues of inclusivity. Because if systems and policies and structures that are put in place are not addressing inclusivity, we will be talking about it, but it will never find its rightful place in our classroom, in our homes, in our communities. For too long, inclusive education in Africa has meant one thing and one thing only: bringing children with disability into mainstream schools. And that, important as it may be, it doesn't have to stop there. Because as we do that and we bring them into a system that is not receptive to them, into a system that continues to marginalize them, into a system that discriminates against them. And that is really not a bigger picture. The future of Africa, colleagues, belongs to all of us who live in it. And therefore, it's important for us who are living in that continent need to start rethinking about what do we mean by inclusive education. And what we must rethink in Africa, there are a lot of things that we need to rethink in Africa, remembering that Africa is the youngest continent. And by youngest, we mean that 1 in 3 people who reside in this country, in the African countries, is under 15. And many countries elsewhere have an aging communities, have an aging population. And what it means is that these children that we have in our schools, in our communities, need to face a different type of a future that enables them to be included in systems and structures. For an example, our classrooms in many African countries, not only in South Africa, they have learners who speak more than 3 languages at home, let alone in schools. And in schools, there are a lot of other languages that are added. We live in a multilingual society. We live with learners who walk very long distances, up to 10 kilometers to school. Some of our learners are looking after the elderly. They are looking after people who are very, very sick. They are caregivers to their younger siblings. Some of our learners they live with albinism, autism, deafness, and many other forms of disabilities. And many of them are gifted in their own rights, and yet we cannot harness their own giftedness. In one of the seminars that we came here about on autism, we were told that the majority of people living with autism actually, when we look at those who get Nobel Peace Prize winners, they are autistic in nature. And we, in these continents where we don't look after our own, we don't see that giftedness that they have. Inclusion is not about disability only. It is about every learner who has been pushed to the margins, who have not given a place on the seat under a tree where everything sees them as a person, where every person value them and value their contribution into a society. Africa is a home to the largest number of children who live in very, very poor rural communities, and many of them have been displaced by wars and political environments in their own countries. They are on the run. They live under deplorable conditions. And when we find these are marginalized. These are children who have really been pushed to the extreme. And yet, our system always is about fit the child to the school. And the rethinking model is, how do we fit the school to the child? How do we ensure that the school system it's enabling this child to perform to their best abilities? And this one-size-fits-all, colleagues, is really not working. It's not working. This one-size-fits-all ends up putting a lot of children on their margins. So it is not really enough to ramp up or have special class for students who are not part of the bigger group. Every learner needs to feel seen, heard, and valued. Belonging means teachers use multiple languages, multiple teaching methods, multiple ways of assessing. In a class of 60 or even 80 in Limpopo or Lagos or Tembisa, inclusion means a differentiated teaching approach, not teaching that belongs to one size fits all. In fact, inclusion is one area where every person in teacher education should understand and be taught and be able to identify which child needs more attention so that they can be assisted to perform. And again, inclusion really, it shouldn't be in the hands of NGOs or donor projects, and that's where it has been shifted to. Inclusion must be included in the general system of the country. We keep labeling our learners as those who are slow, those who are disabled, those who are rural, and that is not inclusivity. Inclusivity means everyone needs to come together. And colleagues, as we rethink, my role is not to rethink, but it's just to welcome you in this place, in this seminar. But as we rethink inclusive education, let's draw on our core of our value system of Ubuntu, which is based on community knowledge is an asset. Every person matter in Ubuntu. We are because we belong. So peer support is also an asset, and peer support needs to be used as such. African education has always been communal. So let's use Ubuntu, let's draw on our central value systems that are assisting us. We cannot copying models from the global north. What works in the global north, it won't work here. It's about building schools that reflects us, that reflects our value system, that are diverse, that are resilient, that are communal, so that we ensure that we get inclusive education right. And it's not only about a program, but it needs to be integrated into the bigger picture. It needs to be integrated into the education system. And as we design, we should also design for the lowest denominator, for those that are in the margins, because those that are already not in the margins will succeed in any way. So it's important for us to design a better school for everyone. Let us stop asking the question, can this child fit into this school? Because that's what we do. We need to start asking, how must our school change so that no child is left behind? With those few words, we welcome you, a warm welcome to you and the deliberations of today. We hope that some of us will take nuggets that will enable us to be an inclusive world, that the world will come and learn from us for a change rather than us learning from another world. The major question that we need to ask ourselves here is, how must our systems change so that no child is left behind? I thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Makwe. We thank you so much. You have shared so much wisdom, especially about the complex questions that we should ask ourselves in this summit, so that by the end of day 2, at least we have something, some recommendations or something in hand. Thank you for talking to us about the dangers of one size fits all and the dangers of hoping that learners will fit into the existing untransformed situation. And I'm happy that we're not talking about learners only, but we're talking about inclusion here as a social transformation tool that can assist not only schools, but even our universities and our communities. It would be a mistake if we can pursue this narrow definition of inclusion where we're looking at the academic success of our learners and forget that these are not only academic people, they are also social beings. They are Bantu. These are human beings who belong to us. I am because you are. Thank you so much, Professor Makwe. Thank you so much. It's always great to have you. Now, at this time, we'd like to invite Professor Mulayeni Obed Makube as the UNESCO Chair on Inclusive Education. Professor Obed Mulayeni, I'm not sure if you still have here that I call him Professor Obed, but I will call him the chair today. You don't have any power over me. Professor Mulayeni Makube is the UNESCO Chair in Inclusive Education and also the head of UNESCO Chair in Inclusive Education at UNISA. He's going to tell us more about he's going to unpack the purpose of this summit, the topic, and perhaps the recommendations that we are likely to make by the end of day 2 in this conference. Professor Makube, over to you, Prof.
Program Director, thank you for affording me the opportunity to address delegates physically and online. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of our college management team to acknowledge the presence of the South African UNESCO Secretary General and his colleagues, UNESCO shareholders, staff members, students, everybody present, all protocol observed. The theme, transforming universities for equity, access, and belonging, reflects a growing recognition that higher education institutions in Africa must evolve to meet the needs of increasingly diverse student populations. Historically, many African universities were established within social, economic, and political contexts that often excluded certain groups from meaningful participation. Today, the pursuit of inclusive higher education requires institutions to address systemic inequalities while creating environments where all students can thrive academically, socially, and professionally. This summit theme highlights three interconnected pillars, being equity, access, and belonging. Equity focuses mainly on fairness in opportunities and outcomes, ensuring that students receive the support necessary to overcome barriers. On the other hand, access concerns the removal of obstacles that prevent entry into higher education, while belonging emphasizes creating a welcoming institutional cultures where every student feels valued and respected. Together, the three pillars provide a comprehensive framework for transforming African universities into more inclusive and socially responsive institutions. Equity in higher education, ladies and gentlemen, goes beyond treating all students the same. African universities serve learners from varied socio-economic, linguistic, cultural, and educational backgrounds. Many students enter university with unequal access to quality schooling, technology, financial resources, and academic preparation. Transformative universities recognize these disparities and implement policies that provide targeted support. As well as enabling students to succeed regardless of their challenges. Access remains a critical challenge across many African countries. Despite significant progress in expanding higher education enrollment, barriers such as poverty, geographic isolation, disability, gender inequality, and limited infrastructure continue to exclude many potential students. Universities must, as a result, develop innovative admission policies, scholarship programs, distance learning opportunities, and community outreach initiatives that broaden participation among historically marginalized populations. The concept of belonging introduces an important dimension that extends beyond environment and graduation statistics. Students may gain admission to university, yet still feel isolated, invisible, or excluded. Belonging involves fostering institutional cultures where diversity is celebrated, discrimination is actively challenged, and all students feel accepted as valued members of the academic community. Such environments contribute positively to student engagement, retention, and overall well-being. The African context presents unique opportunities for reimagining inclusive higher education. The continent's rich cultural diversity multilingualism and strong communal traditions can serve as valuable foundations for inclusive practices. Universities can draw upon indigenous knowledge systems, local cultural values, and community-based approaches to create educational environments that are both globally competitive and locally relevant. Technology plays a significant role in advancing equity and access within African higher education. Digital learning platforms, open educational resources, and assistive technologies have the potential to reach students in remote areas and support learners with disabilities. However, digital inclusivity requires addressing challenges such as unreliable internet connectivity, limited access to devices, and disparities in digital literacy among students and staff. Transforming universities also requires attention to disability inclusivity. Students with physical, sensory, intellectual, and psychological disabilities often encounter barriers related to infrastructure, technology, teaching methods, assessment practices, and institutional attitudes. Inclusive universities adopt universal design principles, provide reasonable accommodations, and promote disability awareness to ensure equal participation in all aspects of university life. Faculty members and all different groups at universities are central to achieving the summit's vision. Lecturers and academic staff shape learning experiences through their teaching approaches, curriculum choices, and interactions with students. Professional development programs that equip educators with inclusive pedagogical skills can help create classrooms that accommodate diverse learning needs and ensure even encourage active participation from all students. As I close, ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize the fact that the African Inclusive Higher Education Summit its theme, which I've already mentioned on several instances. This captures a critical agenda for the future of higher education in Africa. It calls upon institutions to move beyond mere expansion of enrollment. It must move towards creating learning environments that are fair, that are accessible and welcoming for all. By addressing systemic inequalities, embracing diversity, and fostering a strong people, a strong sense of belonging, African universities can become powerful catalysts in social transformation, economic development, and sustainable inclusion throughout the continent. So with those words, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are going to share best practices of how to make education equal, of how to make it accessible, and above all, how to make students and everyone else within these institutions belong. I take it that without access, there can't be equity. And without equity, no one will belong. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Professor Makube. Thank you so much for sharing wisdom pertaining to the gist of this summit. You have highlighted a number of essential things that we should take care of to ensure that universities serve as platforms for social transformations, using inclusion as a social transformation tool. Thank you so much, Prof. Referring to Professor Mpine Makwe earlier, that she said something about things that we do have, and Professor Mkhize also mentioned policies, vibrant policies such as United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But my question, one of the critical questions that I think we should ask ourselves as we proceed with this summit is that why are we still there? There are policies that seek to assist us in transforming the lives of persons who are marginalized, but the policies, I'm not sure, but they are not effective. They are not being implemented effectively. At one stage, I remember, I just shared this little story about Prof. Magoe and the experience I have with him, that in one of our conversations, he said to me, but Nkuma, do you understand that when you say to me, Prof, can you see this slide? Can you understand that is an insult to me? We do have policies, but the practical understanding of the experiences of persons who are experiencing marginalization are not known to us. Then in this summit, ideally, we should be able to provide recommendations that will say, how can we move from knowing the policies towards implementing them on the daily lives of people that are people who are marginalized, either with disabilities, either those who are from orphanage, or the widows, anyone, the minorities, those in languages, minority languages. How can we convert these policies into a practical tool of making life meaningful to the people who are marginalized? This time, let me request Professor Maikgabo Malahlela from the Department of Inclusive Education to introduce our first speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers are given 20 minutes up to 30 minutes. I hope we'll be able to work together so that we are all successful in managing time, and by 1 o'clock we are able to break and get some snacks. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor
Program Director.
Malahlela. Thank you.
Dr. Mkuma. Prof. Malahlela, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make a quick announcement, Program Director. Sorry to jump in that we may please grab some tea at the back because we didn't have tea by the time we arrived. So please feel free to grab a sandwich and tea at the back, and then we can have some tea while we continue. Thank you. Prof. Malahlela.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matubanya. Also, please take photos of the tea for us online. Thank you. Prof. Malahlela, you can proceed.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Mkuma. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, our leaders and managers from the UNISA College of Education, colleagues, students, and everyone in this prominent event. I am here to introduce our first presenter. I'm just going to read the short bio as it is. And the presenter's short bio reads as follows. We have Mr. Carlton Lefuno Mukwebo, who is serving as Secretary General of the South African National Commission for UNESCO. Mr. Mukwebo is a Fulbright scholar, Mr. Mukwebo, a Fulbright scholarship recipient, did his postgraduate studies at New York University in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Program Director. That's all about Mr. Carlton Lefuno Mukwebo. Over to you, Dr. Mkuma.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, this is how we're going to address this. Once the speaker has been introduced, we will request the speaker to just speak after the introduction. Mr. Mukwebo, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. We thank Professor Magube and the University of South Africa for inviting us to this very important summit. Ours is a message of support, not really a presentation. It's a message of support to one of our 21 UNESCO research chairs in the country, the highest number of UNESCO chairs on the African continent per country. Professor Magube wants us to share a little overview of what our office, the South African National Commission for UNESCO, is all about, and we are going to try to do that. This is the office that coordinates UNESCO research chairs in the country. I think I'll save you time, Program Director. Mine will be very much short. It will just be two things. The South African National Commission for UNESCO will try to show a little bit, to share a little overview about that. And secondly, the UNESCO research chairs in the country. The South African National Commission for UNESCO, what is this animal? I usually remind South Africans that South Africa is a member of the United Nations. On the 22nd of September this year, His Excellency, the State President of the Republic, Bomatamela Cyril Ramaphosa, will join, or his nominee will join his counterparts in New York, in Manhattan, at the United Nations for the 81st UNESCO General Assembly. This is an indication that South Africa is a member of the United Nations. But colleagues, we are not only a member of the United Nations, we are also a member of the various UN agencies. Your World Health Organization, you can name them. And among those, it's the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. South Africa is a member of this organization. I always remind South Africans that we are not just a member, but a founding member of this organization. When it was established in 1945 in London, South Africa was one of the 37 countries that established UNESCO. I always remind South Africans that we were there represented by the then Minister of Education at the time, Jan Hofmeyer. We were at UNESCO until 1956, when the then government, the apartheid regime, pulled the country out of UNESCO. And I always remind South Africans that while Tata Nelson Mandela was Robben Island, he kept the relationship with UNESCO Benin. We remind ourselves that one of the legal documents he was allowed to receive from outside the country was the UNESCO magazine, the Courier. It doesn't surprise me that as soon as he was released, one of the very first organizations that he visited outside was UNESCO, where he addressed the UNESCO Executive Board and made an undertaking that when the country will be democratic, he will ensure that it returns to UNESCO. And indeed, 1994, we became a democratic that Nelson Mandela ensured that we rejoined UNESCO. This he did. Now, you become a member of UNESCO, you are expected by the organization, that is, to establish a national commission for UNESCO in your country for the purpose, with a purpose to promote UNESCO objectives in your country. And this Dr. Nelson Mandela did through Cabinet Decision number 9 of 1996. He established the South African National Commission for UNESCO and placed it under the auspices of the then Department of Education under Professor Sibusiso Bengu. And of course, we will remember that 2009, there was a split of that department, higher and basic. Our principals decided that the National Commission should be under the auspices of the Department of Basic Education. That's where we are. Now, the South African National Commission for UNESCO, it's your commission. It might be under the auspices of the Department of Basic Education. It could have been elsewhere. It could have been with Foreign Affairs, Culture, Science, and Technology, or even a standalone. That is your National Commission, and it's meant to serve yourselves. Whoever becomes Minister of Basic Education in South Africa automatically becomes the President of the National Commission, and he or she gets to appoint a chairperson on a voluntary basis for a period of 4 years. Our current chairperson is Professor Irene Rensbeck, the former UJ Vice Chancellor. And the operation side of the National Commission is carried out by the Secretary General. Let me relate this to UNESCO chairs. There are many things that I can speak to you about the National Commission for, but for the purpose of our summit today, let me confine myself to UNESCO chairs. The South African National Commission for UNESCO coordinates the UNESCO chairs in the country. UNESCO chairs, research chairs, are meant to foster international relations by acting as intellectual bridge builders. Rather than relying solely on traditional diplomacy, they connect universities, civil society, and policy makers globally. We are fortunate, as I indicated earlier on, that South Africa currently holds the largest number of UNESCO chairs on the African continent. And this particular UNESCO chair, it's one of them, a total of 21. In 1996, we had our first chair, the UNESCO Oliver Tambo Chair of Human Rights, which is based at the University of Fort Hare, today under Professor Moses Puko. We also have a UNESCO chair in geohydrology at the University of the Western Cape under Professor Thokozani Nyerere, my apology. Then we have the UNESCO chair in values education, learning to live together at the University of Johannesburg under Professor Nazreen Dassoum. We have the UNESCO chair on open distance learning under Professor Litsika at this very university, the University of South Africa. We have the UNESCO chair in teacher education for diversity and development under Professor Roxana Osman, a senior Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic at the University of the Witwatersrand. We have the UNESCO chair in education law in Africa under Professor Anne Skelton at the University of Pretoria. the UNESCO Chair in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology under Professor Malik Maza at this very university, the University of South Africa. The UNESCO Chair on African Food Systems under Professor Julian May at the University of the Western Cape. The UNESCO Chair on Multimodal Learning and Open Education Resources under Professor Dorothy Lobsha at the university, at Northwest University. The UNESCO Chair in African Integration and Innovation under Professor Mulatu at the university, at the Tshwane University of Technology. The University of Cape Town has the UNESCO Chair on Open Education Resources and Social Justice under Professor Glenda Cox. The University of Stellenbosch has the UNESCO Chair on Complex Systems and Transformative African Futures under Professor Rika Preuser. The University of Johannesburg has the UNESCO Chair in Medical Geology under Professor Hasina Mori. We have the UNESCO Chair on Intercultural Competence at Stellenbosch University under Dr. Dalla Diendorf. The UNESCO Chair in Sport Development and Peace, Sport Development, my sincere apology, Peace and Olympic Education, and Professor Marian Kim. The UNESCO Chair in Care and Support for Education and Learning at the University of Johannesburg under Professor J.C. Pillay. Last year we were lucky that we got the UNESCO Chair on Cultural Heritage in Africa, which is at the University of Fort Hare under Professor Pitika Ntuli. Also last year, the UNESCO Chair, Gandhi Montessori Luthuli Chair on Education for Peace and Transformative Solidarity, which is at the University of Stellenbosch under Professor Chudin. And this year also, UNESCO awarded us two UNESCO chairs, the UNESCO Chair on Cultural Inclusivity and Equity in Digital Media for Africa, which is at the University of Johannesburg under Professor Prenola Govenden, together with the UNESCO Chair in Artificial Intelligence for Community Resilience, fostering AI Justice for Africa at the University of Pretoria under Professor Emma Roodkamp Bloom. Chairperson, Program Director, ours, as I said, is a message of support. We support all these 21 UNESCO chairs, and hence we are here to support this summit. And we wish the summit fruitful deliberations, and we are your National Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkwebo. I'm one of the people who was aware of the UNESCO Chair. But thank you for sharing us, and we will in future support these programs because they look like progressive programs that should assist us in our agenda to transform the lives of people, especially those who are the target of this project, people who are marginalized. For now, I'd like to request our Professor Lahlela to introduce our next speaker. So immediately after the introduction, we will request the speaker to proceed. Thank you so much. Over to you, Prof. Madashela.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukuma. Colleagues and our guests, I'm going to introduce to you two guests, as two presenters. That is Professor M. Nithlin and Mrs. S. Van Zyl. I'm going to start with Professor Nithlin and then thereafter Mrs. Van Zyl. Professor Marinda Nithlin holds a professorship in the Faculty of Education at Northwest University and is a nationally and globally respected expert in inclusive education, early childhood education, learner support, and participatory action, learning, and action research, which is abbreviated as PALA. She holds a PhD in learning support and has dedicated her academic career to advancing inclusive educational practices through research, community engagement, and teacher professional development. Her work is underpinned by a strong commitment to bridging the gap between educational theory and classroom practice, empowering teachers and educational leaders to create equitable learning opportunities for all learners. Professor Nithlin is an accomplished researcher, author, and postgraduate supervisor who has successfully led numerous nationally and internationally funded research projects focusing on inclusive education, culturally responsive teaching, community-based research, and early childhood care and education. She has supervised and mentored many master's and doctoral candidates, many of whom have completed impactful research that contributes to educational transformation in South Africa and beyond. Her scholarly contributions include numerous peer-reviewed journal articles, book chapters, textbooks, and international publications, including contributions to UNESCO Global Review of Inclusive Education. She has also served as an international guest lecturer, conference presenter, research ethics committee member, examiner, and academic leader, while receiving several prestigious awards for excellence in teaching, research, and community engagement. Through her collaborative and transformative approach to scholarship, Professor Nithlin continues to influence educational policy, teacher education, and inclusive practice, inspiring educators, researchers, and communities to build more inclusive and sustainable education systems for future generations. This is a short bio about Professor Marinda Nithlin. I'm going to introduce to you, colleagues, the other presenter in the same category, that is Mrs. S. Van Zyl. It reads as follows. Sonnet Van Zyl is a learning support advisor in the Cape Winelands Education District, researcher, educational leader, and advocate for inclusive education with more than 20 years of experience supporting learners with diverse educational needs across South Africa. Her career has been dedicated to empowering educators, strengthening support systems, and ensuring that every learner has equitable access to meaningful learning opportunities. Holding a Master of Education in Learning Support from Northwest University, Sonnet's research explored how learning support educators can be capacitated to better support learners experiencing barriers to learning in full service schools, in full service schools, using a participatory action learning and action research approach. She collaborated with learning support educators to develop a capacitation framework that bridges the gap between inclusive education policies and the functionality of learning support educators. In collaboration with Northwest University, her research data is utilized to develop an implementation guideline for learning support educators within the South African context. Her work contributes to strengthening sustainable support structures and professional collaborations within South African schools. Throughout her career, Sonet has served as a learning support educator, school-based support team coordinator, assessment accommodation coordinator, school management team member, lecturer, curriculum developer, and now learning support advisor. She has presented numerous professional development workshops and webinars on inclusive education, curriculum differentiation, assessment accommodations, learning support, and educator capacity building, equipping hundreds of educators with practical research-informed strategies to create more inclusive classrooms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all about our two presenters for now. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, thank you very much for the opportunity for both myself and Sunette to present at the summit. We actually got permission from the organization that we present together, because in our presentation we actually want to speak about, are the South African teachers really ready for inclusive education in the classroom? And I'm speaking from the higher education perspective, where Sunette will speak from the grassroots level. And this is why we have a dual presentation. So thank you very much. There we go. Okay. So the South African education system is firmly committed to inclusive education, as reflected in the White Paper 6, the CIAS document, and Sunette always speaks about the Big 7 policy documents. These policies have shaped the school practice for many years and are also embedded in higher education through modules such as learning support and learner support and special educational needs. Yet, as South African classrooms become increasingly diverse and complex across both mainstream schools and schools for learners with special educational needs, the ELSEN schools, the question remains whether preschool pre-service and practicing teachers are really adequately prepared to meet the realities of inclusive education. Teaching in inclusive classrooms requires much more than policy awareness or theoretical understanding. It demands the ability to respond to diverse learning needs, manage behavior, organize classroom effectively, and adapt teaching in a way to support all the learners. For pre-service and novice teachers, however, this transition from university-based learning to the authentic classroom practice can be challenging. The knowledge gained at higher education institutes does not always translate easy into the realities of overcrowded classrooms, under-resourced and diverse classrooms. The tension reflects a long-standing concern in teacher education. The gap between theory and practice. In many teacher education programs, students are introduced to the what of inclusive education. This includes things like assessment, behavior management, classroom organization, and strategies for support learners with barriers to learning. However, the how, the practical enactment of these ideas in real classroom settings often receives much less attention. The practical dimension of teacher preparation does not always receive sufficient emphasis, leaving pre-service teachers underprepared for the realities of inclusive teaching. Beginner teachers in South Africa often struggle to cope with the unpredictable demands of classroom life and the question whether tertiary institutions are adequately equipping them, both emotionally and academically, for the profession. This concern is not unique to South Africa. Globally, teacher education institutes are under pressure to improve teacher quality and better align preparation programs with the realities of school practice. A recurring criticism is that educational theory is often presented in ways that remain disconnected from authentic classroom challenges. Insufficient practical experience is widely regarded as a problem in teacher education programs, and theory in many programs remain detached from the lived realities of teaching. This is not to suggest that theory is unimportant. On the contrary, theory provides a conceptual foundation that helps teachers understand, interpret, and present the classroom situation. However, professional teaching requires more than the application of abstract principles. It involves judgment, adaptation, and the responsiveness in specific contexts. The challenge, therefore, is not to discard theory, but to ensure that it is meaningfully connected to practice. As several scholars have argued, teacher education should move beyond the model that separates theory from practice and instead integrate university coursework with school-based learning more deliberately and effectively. In South Africa, the issue is especially significant in relation to inclusive education. After the democratic transition in 1994, the Constitution affirmed the right of all learners to education and rejected inclusion based on race, religion, ability, or belief. At the same time, the system moved away from the medical deficit model towards the bioecological understanding of barriers to learning, with great emphasis on inclusion in mainstream schooling. Despite this policy shift, questions remain about whether teacher education programs have prepared our teachers significantly for the inclusive classroom. A key concern in the way inclusive education is positioned in initial teaching education, in higher education. This is in many South Africa universities, inclusive education is still taught as a separate module rather than being infused across the whole curriculum. This additional module tends to treat inclusive education as specialized knowledge rather than as a core dimension of everyday teaching. As a result, inclusive education can be seen as relevant only to some teachers rather than all teachers. By contrast, an infused model embeds the values and the practice of inclusion through the entire teaching education program, recognizing that inclusion is not an add-on but a fundamental principle of teaching. The separation of theory and practice is further complicated by the question of what teacher education should prioritize. Some argue that programs overemphasize theoretical knowledge at the expense of practical classroom skills, while others caution that a narrow focus on technical skills may overlook the critical dispositions, the attitudes, and the sensibilities required for inclusive teaching. What is clear is that effective preparation for inclusive education must include both conceptual understanding and practical competence. Professional expertise, therefore, is essential. When pre-service teachers are exposed to authentic classroom context, they are better able to connect theory with practice and develop the confidence needed to work with diverse learners. Research also suggests that meaningful school-based experience can foster more positive attitudes towards inclusion. Without significant practical exposure, however, many pre-service teachers enter the profession feeling anxious, unprepared, and overwhelmed by the demands of the inclusive classroom. Ultimately, inclusive education requires all teachers, not only those in special schools, to be equipped with the knowledge, the skills, and dispositions needed to support diverse learners. This includes adapting instruction, managing behavior, collaboration with colleagues and specialists, and create classrooms where all learners can participate meaningfully. Yet the evidence suggests that many pre-service and practicing teachers in South Africa are still not adequately prepared for this demand. The central question, therefore, is not whether inclusive education is part of policy, but whether teacher education has prepared our teachers well enough to realize this in practice. Thank you. And now over to Sunette with the practical knowledge. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and fellow researchers. We are gathered here today to discuss the future of education. But to look forward, we must first change the direction of our inquiry. Thank you. Traditionally, the global conversation on teacher preparation has been a top-down affair. It is a one-directional pipeline. Universities generate the knowledge, graduates enter the profession, and schools are expected to implement that knowledge in practice. However, I'm here today to propose a fundamental shift. Let us adopt a bottom-up perspective. Instead of asking if universities are preparing teachers for schools, we must ask, what are schools teaching universities about teacher preparation? We must acknowledge that classrooms are not sterile laboratories where theory is simply applied. They are dynamic environments where educators must continually adapt to a very diverse class, shifting socio-economic context and complex laboratories that no theory is simply applied. They are dynamic environments where educators must continually adapt to a very diverse class, shifting socio-economic context and complex realities that no university curriculum can fully anticipate. Therefore, the true purpose of teacher education is not to provide a checklist for every conceivable challenge. Rather, it is to develop professionals who embody critical thinking. There we are at the bottom. Critical thinking, flexibility, and courageous willingness to learn through trial and error. In this light, schools are no longer merely the destination for implementation. They are the primary sites where teacher preparation is continually refined. So how does our classes really look like? An average classroom in South Africa reflects the complexity of inclusive education. While some schools accommodate as many as 50 to 60 learners per class, even a typical classroom may include at least 1 or 2 ADHD learners, behavioral challenges at least 1 learner, 1 autism spectrum learner, mild intellectual disability at least 1 if it is a full service school, giftedness, reading and mathematical delays at least 4 learners in a class of 40. I think it might be higher. Writing difficulties at least 1. Physical difficulties, some, not all. Remember, we are including wheelchair learners as well. And a range of socio-economic challenges such as poverty, single parent holds, or children who have assumed caregiving responsibilities within their families. This is the reality of a diverse classroom that our teachers have to face every day. And I would just like to add there that this is exactly how our classes at our schools look in the Western Cape. Now consider the demand placed on a teacher. How would you differentiate a single lesson to ensure meaningful participation and learning for every learner? What knowledge and skills and competencies are required to achieve truly inclusive teaching? Along a full teaching timetable, lesson preparation, assessment, marking, administrative responsibilities, and learner support, teachers are expected to respond to increasingly diverse learning needs. Although classroom facilitators can provide valuable support, they are typically assigned to only 1 learner. Unfortunately, they have a high turnover rate, and this limits the continuity of that support. The message is clear. Achieving inclusive education requires far more than teacher commitment alone. It demands educators who are adequately prepared, supported, and equipped, while recognizing the systemic and contextual realities that shape teaching and learning every day. So what is the inclusion continuum for a school-based perspective? When inclusive policies struggle, our systemic reflex is often to demand more training, more policy guidance, or larger budgets. We assume teachers simply lack knowledge. However, the evidence from the ground suggests a different story. Many educators deeply understand the principles of inclusion, yet they find the daily implementation of that uniquely challenging within their specific context. Since the publication of White Paper 6 and the subsequent inclusive policies, the term inclusion has shifted. Originally, it focused on all learners in service and in-service training for educators, and also including all learners. Then we focused on infrastructure, the second block that you see there. Budgets and districts worked very hard to support schools. Today, we see schools existing on a continuum of inclusion. Some have achieved exceptional growth, while others are only in their infancy. This means a newly qualified teacher, her experience will vary wildly depending on where the school sits on the continuum of inclusion. So, what to do about this? For schools at the high end of the continuum, which was just at the previous slide, I will just go back quickly and just highlight the smart inclusive emerging. For schools at the high end of this continuum, we see the emergence, what I term a smart inclusive system. These are not static environments. They are evolving growth systems that develop smaller subsystems to provide inclusion within the Smart Inclusion Framework. What makes these schools smart, and why are they more inclusive than other schools? What do they have that other schools do not have? First, they operate through 5 essential variables. And these variables are not static. They are always evolving and dynamic. The S stands for sustainable. These schools set short and long-term goals that don't burn out staff and resources. They have effective timelines. Second one is your M stands for technology. They use cost-effective technology that support both the learner's autonomy and the teacher's workflow. Dysphasia, autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, which stands for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and ADD, attention deficit disorder. And then complex behavioral compliance, management and curriculum adaptation, which is one of our most important things to have. While students learn about the IEPs or the individual education plans through the CIAS 2014 framework, they often struggle to develop the actual targeted goals required to support the learner in real time. We must stop thinking of ordinary teachers and specialist teachers as separate entities. In a smart, inclusive world, all teachers are inclusive teachers. Whether you will have special needs education or not, you will most likely have some of these learners in your class. Moving along, bridging the gap between student internships and maybe residencies. How do we bridge the gap? The evidence is clear. The student internship model far outperforms the traditional 3 to 6 week practical session. Newly qualified teachers who have completed an extended period of practice or a long-term internship possess a depth of know-how that others do not. They are deeply integrated into the school's unique context. They master practical application of the school's standard operational plans, and they have exceptional ways to address barriers to learning. Oh, the battery is low. We can just insert. moving along. The triple effect of student internships. So what is the benefit for the student? The internship or the student, they gain a realistic backdrop of the knowledge, making them far more likely to be appointed by schools who value their immediate readiness. For the educator, it also has a benefit. It in turn, interns lighten the overbearing administrative and instructional workload, allowing lead teachers to focus on targeted instruction. For the schools, the interns provide vital support for assessment accommodations, examination invigilation, and in-class support, which we desperately need, and also sports coaching. Finally, we must rethink how we think of policy itself. We often see it as a linear process. We develop the policy, we prepare the teachers, we implement, and then we evaluate. But schools are non-linear systems. Every classroom is a complex web of relationships and contexts where new challenges emerge daily. Persistent challenges are interconnected patterns and should not be seen as isolated failures. In this reality, implementation is not the final stage of policy. It is the beginning of learning. When teachers face challenges of the implementation of these policies, it is rarely because one part of the system has failed. Instead, it is because every part of the system, the district, the school, the community, all of them influence each other. I will now hand over to Prof. Neethling, who will conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, what we do currently to manage that gap between higher education, the theory and the praxis gap, is we send our students out for teaching prac, but it's not enough. We have funded opportunities at the university where we have service learning projects, but it is time consuming. You have to write a proposal, you have to apply for ethics, you make sure that you have enough money so that you can transport the students between the university and the school to get some knowledge, practical knowledge from the authentic classroom. But we do that, but it's a challenge. We're busy with some a project for that now at Northwest. We started already October last year, and we still haven't had ethical clearance. So our student can still not go. We can't take that chance. But the schools, the Elson School is very enthusiastic. They are very willing. Our students are very enthusiastic. Everyone is, but just that bureaucracy to get everything in place, that is our barrier. So what we thought of to suggest to the floor is actually, what about we reduce a 4-year teaching degree, a BA degree, to a 3 years. And the 4th year becomes a practical year, like say for instance community year with nurses and medical professionals. They go to schools. It doesn't cost the government money because the student has anyway had to pay for him or herself in the 4th year, accommodation, all those things, food, transport. But now the student is placed at a school for the 4th year. They still do some portfolios, evidence of portfolios, what they learn in the classroom, how they reflect on their own teaching and learning, reflect on what they learned in the curriculum or in the module in higher education, and see how we can take hands and better our students, better our schools, because suddenly a lot of classrooms will have an assistant because getting practical experience. So in the 5th year then, what the student is supposed to go into the field and become a real teacher, that novice teacher will have nearly a year of experience. So that is just something that I throw into the basket. There's a lot that we can think about, but I think it's time for higher education, inclusive education lecturers to take hands and see if this is not a possible solution for our school, for our teachers, for our universities. And then we need the department, of course, to be the big role player. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nettling and Mrs. Van Zyl, for provoking us into thinking about the real challenges that teachers in basic education experience, which includes the preparations for teachers to implement inclusive education. We are also aware through research, if you can look at the published theses and dissertations that all focus on the challenges facing implementation of inclusive education. We are aware that our student teachers are not coping or they're struggling to implement inclusive education in schools. And we're also aware that one of the reasons is that they don't have adequate time for preparations. They are so much worried about getting that a little experience, few months in the classroom, and then make up their qualification. That let me see. There is Prof. Hlabati here. We have had a conversation about this, that our students, during teaching practice observations, we notice that most of our students struggle with curriculum differentiation. Their attitudes about inclusion is also so diverse. Others do not even care or do not even understand what that is. And we find that most are there in their phobia. Thank you so much, colleagues, for also making the recommendations. With us here, we've got the stakeholders, and I think they should be able to engage on this issue when it is time for questions and answers towards the end of the program. And I wish to encourage you, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to note down your questions so that towards the end we can invite our speakers to respond to some of these questions. For now, let me request Professor Malahlela to introduce our next speaker. And I think our next speaker will also say something about work integrated policies and practice as related to the universities, especially open distance learning institution. Thank you so much, Professor Malahlela. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mkuma. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce to you our speaker for now, who is Professor Grace Kuno. Prof. Grace Kuno is a professor of sociology and currently executive director, leadership and transformation at UNISA. She has a distinguished academic and leadership background with a PhD in sociology from the University of the Witwatersrand, completed in 2007. She has over 20 years experience in various academic roles, including teaching, research, leadership, and service. Kuno is a C-rated NRF scholar and award-winning author with a 2019 co-authored book winning the 2020 NISHS Best Nonfiction Award. In 2019, she was also awarded the Best Postgraduate Teacher Award at UJ. She has published over 60 publications, including 6 books, with 2 more forthcoming. Thank you very much, Program Director. That's all about the short bio from Prof. Grace Kuno. Over to you, Prof. Grace. Thank you so much.
Dumelang. Thank you, colleagues, for the invite to come share some of my thoughts on the theme for the day. African Inclusive Higher Education, Transforming Universities for Equity, Access, and Belonging. These are not easy questions, colleagues. They are deep questions that require a full room to unpack. I'm going to read my talk, because if I don't read it, I will say nothing. So bear with me, colleagues. Can you hear me? Is this thing okay? Inclusivity is key in the South African higher education agenda. This is clearly articulated in the review of our transformation efforts by the Department of Higher Education. In 2023, the Ministerial Oversight Committee on Transformation put out a report titled The State of Transformation in South African Public Universities. This report indicated that whilst transformation had advanced generally, it had stalled in some areas, including on issues of access and success. The report also called for transformation that moves away from compliance towards transformation engagements that center belonging and everyday experiences of diversity. Therefore, my talk today will focus on some of the challenges our higher education system is experiencing in meeting substantive transformation. I will then indicate what are some of the things we can do as a sector to foreground more substantive societal transformation efforts. The first issue I want to focus on is access issues in terms of gender and disability. The 2023 report highlights the importance of more substantive gender and disability transformation in a context where the number of women has increased both at the staff and student cohorts, but not at other substantive levels. For example, current data shows that even though access for Black students and staff has improved, this is uneven when disaggregated by gender and disability. A concerning trend is that more females enter the university sector more than males. Whilst this is a win in context where women have been systemically excluded in various social, economic, and political institutions, the concern is that the numbers of male students continue to go down year after year. This is not only true in the higher education sector. We start seeing this decline from grade 10, and it continues into the higher education sector. This is a concern because gender equality is not meant to create the same imbalances of the past. Most importantly, it is a concern because education is a fundamental human right, and research the world over knows that it is a key driver of social and economic development. When boys and men are not educated, we see increases in violence and other social ills. Therefore, we are not succeeding if boys are not taking up educational opportunities. So this is a serious inclusivity question. Secondly, an interesting dynamic when looking at our higher education gender data is how the numbers of staff do not align with the numbers of students entering and leaving universities with degrees. When you look at who leads the higher education sector, you see a different trend. Men hold most of the leadership positions in the sector, be it in the highest levels of administrative leadership, at the professoriate, the deanery, and leadership of research, all are disproportionately males. This is the patriarchal dividend at work. More women enter universities, more women leave universities with degrees, but when it comes to who leads, not only in universities, but in other social, economic, and political institutions, women are missing. It's the patriarchal dividend. I hope we all know that these low numbers of women in leadership roles in the sector, in other sectors in society, is not because women are unable to lead. It's not because women prefer staying home. It's not because they don't want to do the hard work of earning PhDs, but that it is how patriarchy works. One of its tools, patriarchy's tools in the sector is also mentioned in the State of Transformation report. This tool is called gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is a tool of patriarchy. This violence undermines success. Where it is not checked, women speak less. They do not raise their hands when opportunities come up because it breeds institutional cultures of fear and bullying. Whilst most universities have GBV and harassment policies, these are seldom well-funded and implemented. On persons with disabilities, the report mentioned various barriers. These barriers are experienced by both, these barriers that persons with disabilities experience create both access and success challenges. And these are experienced by both staff with disabilities and by students with disabilities. These barriers include infrastructure that is not suitable, learning materials and digital platforms that are not accessible in suitable formats. Again, where disability support is available in our institutions of higher learning, it is seldom adequately staffed and funded. All these create institutional cultures that exclude students and staff with disabilities. When looking at leadership stats in the sector, we seldom have leaders with disabilities. This is mainly because of ongoing myths and ongoing myths about their capabilities and misunderstandings on what it would cost institutions to support staff with disabilities. I have heard of a colleague who refused a student with a disability an opportunity to come learn as an intern because she felt that it will be too costly to support her. This is something that happens every day. When hiring happens, staff with disabilities or potential staff with disabilities are not shortlisted when they disclose because the managers feel that it will be too much work. When they are shortlisted, they are seldom selected for the job because of the same reason. We don't have the necessary support. We need to address this misconception and advocate for our institutions to offer adequate support. Unfortunately, this type of inclusivity challenge is not the only one. When looking at graduation data, research illustrates that students with disabilities who graduate is usually lower than the numbers who enter the higher education system. The reason for this The reasons for this are many, but exclusionary institutional cultures are at the core of these lower numbers. This means the work to include our students with disabilities required urgent attention. A critical conception of belonging suggests that students with disabilities belong not simply because they are admitted to universities, but because the institutions take seriously their needs. Some of the tasks that we should focus on to include our students is to remove physical, academic, and social barriers. If you are unable to enter a room, it's exclusion. If the lift is not working and you can't go upstairs and there's a meeting, it's exclusion. Because decisions will be made or a test will be written, you can't pass, you can't get a promotion. We should also provide equitable access to learning and participation. It's not a favor, colleagues, when we make sure that students and staff with disabilities are able to participate. We should value disability as part of human diversity rather than viewing it as a deficit. We should enable students to participate fully in academic and campus life. We should challenge ableist assumptions and practices embedded in institutional cultures. From this perspective of belonging, belonging is not the student's responsibility alone or the staff with a disability alone. It is also an institutional and societal responsibility. The 2023 report also briefly acknowledged the significance of technological shifts for the transformation agenda. However, when you look at that report, it does not really speak to some of the current challenges that we are experiencing with some of the new technologies like AI. And the reason is because in 2023, when the report came out, some of these developments were not as they are impacting us currently. But again, the report, the 2023 State of Transformation report, is based on an analysis of transformation reports that had been submitted to the department over a longish period. But I wanted to mention the significance of technological shifts on how we think about inclusivity, but also how we think about who belongs and who does not belong. So since the report, what has happened is that we have seen rapid developments in generative AI. And these have shifted not only how we think about what it means to teach, what it means to learn, but it has also shifted priorities in terms of where budgets go. Universities now are interested in developing AI, in making sure that we participate as a country in AI. While that is good, what we need not do is assume that shifting budgets towards that basically will allow us to transform. We need to make sure, as we prioritize AI, that we do not neglect transformation. Because if we don't, we will create the same challenges that we are talking about around continual exclusions. These AI developments, I want to argue, introduce a new layer of transformation, requiring that we reimagine access to include a variety of other things. Admission to university is no longer enough to facilitate access. Access geared for success now requires creative thinking on the opportunities, benefits, and risks of AI in the sector. It also requires us to be mindful of who is more at risk and who will reap the most rewards or the most benefit. This is particularly true in the context of growing graduate unemployment and mounting criticisms on the relevance of universities. These questions are not easy ones, but they are urgent ones, requiring that we bring our heads and hands together. In my opinion, the first issue requiring our attention is curriculum transformation. And here I am not talking about the tinkering at the margins that we have seen in the past few years. By this, I mean substantive re-engagement with what epistemologies and ontologies inform how we think about knowledge, who we consider credible knowers, and thus what it means to live and to live with dignity. A colleague most recently decried our obsession with curriculum transformation. I think this criticism on our obsession with curriculum transformation stems from a misunderstanding of its significance. We can't continue getting this one wrong. It has serious and long-lasting implications for our success in the overall transformation project. Curriculum informs everything. The late Professor Neville Alexander indicated the significance of curriculum by teaching us that education is not neutral, and by showing that it shapes who we think we are, how we show up or not as citizens, and whether we care for each other or not. That is, it shapes social justice and how it is undertaken in society. In conclusion, centering curriculum transformation for inclusivity and critical belonging requires intentional redesign of curricula, teaching practices, assessment, and institutional cultures to ensure that all students, regardless of their identities, backgrounds, or abilities, have equitable opportunities to learn, participate, and succeed. It involves moving beyond simply increasing access to higher education by asking the following, or by creating the following. Does the curriculum itself reflect diverse knowledge systems? Does it support different ways of learning? And does it foster a sense of belonging? Ke a leboha.
Thank you so much, Professor Kono. Oh, that was thought-provoking. We really appreciate you for taking us this far. Really, I'm reminded of a story, or not a story exactly, but it's a practical experience. 10 years ago, I met a certain lady in Middelburg, and she told me that she is fully qualified as a teacher. Moreover, she did an honors degree program and passed, also in education. But the problem was that because she had this impairment, the condition, she was using a wheelchair, her condition was complicated, but she had a strong passion for teaching. None of the schools was willing to take her in. So I assume that she is still unemployed. And if you want to pin it to race, you may be unfortunate because she was a white lady, she was young, energetic, and still willing to proceed to masters, but then for her, it was not as useful as it was for me because of the condition. Now, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite you to think about impairment as what is in the body, and behind impairment there is a human soul. So if you want to say I am because you are, I think we are addressing that human soul that is behind impairment. So if we can work on that, it will not be so difficult to work with persons with disabilities in addressing the real issues that create unfair exclusion in education and in their participation in mainstream society. Because the way we define them, for now, they are as good as they are in that special environment, whether you say it's a special school, in a special something, the terminology that does not exist in the mainstream. So you start disclosing your condition, as Professor Kunu alluded, then you're reducing opportunities for you to be employed. So as much as we're focusing on the learner, we should also think much more about the teachers and the people that we are training to implement inclusivity in societies and also in our schools. Thank you so much, Prof. Kuno. Let me proceed. Let us proceed to the next speaker. But before I proceed, I want to thank you, audience. You are really a wonderful audience, and I hope you are noting the questions so that we can have a vigorous discussion at the end, thought-provoking discussion at the end, and perhaps be able to make some recommendations towards the end, so that when we report on the success of this conference, we can highlight some of the recommendations that could be done in future. Thank you so much. Professor Malahlela, over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to introduce now to you the fourth presenter, who is Mr. Bheki Nxumalo. Mr. Bheki Nxumalo is the Deputy Director of the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, shortened as ACSWIT, at the University of South Africa. He is committed to advancing disability inclusion, equitable access, student participation, and access in higher education. His work focuses on strengthening institutional support systems, accessible teaching and learning, assistive technology, student leadership, mentorship, and strategic partnerships. Through advocacy, program development, and stakeholder engagement, Mr. Nxumalo promotes meaningful inclusion and a sense of belonging for students with disabilities through the university experience. Thank you very much, colleagues, and our distinguished guests. Over to you, Mr. Bheki Nxumalo.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. L. Mkuma, our sign language interpreters, Mewini Maweni, and our own Mayor Sophie Mabaso. Greetings, leadership of the College of Education, whom are present here and those that are not present. What an honor for us as ACSWIT to be invited here. ACSWIT is an advocacy for resource center for students with disabilities. So it's ACSWIT, Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities at UNISA. So we are a division under the Dean of Students within the register portfolio. We provide academic support services for students with disabilities. But also we do advocacy and training campaigns targeting admin or professional staff as well as academics. So we have been invited by, we also like to call our own Professor Maguve to be here. We are truly honored, Prof, and the entire leadership of the college. So the summit theme, it states transforming universities for equity, access, and belonging. It therefore invited us to propose a topic at ACSWIT, which is called from access to belonging. And I think when we delve into this presentation, we will try now to unpack or try to convince everyone present that access, gaining entrance into the university, receiving reasonable accommodation is not sufficient. We want to then propose that a sense of belonging is very important as well. It contributes to what we call a well-rounded student with disabilities. So I think the question to ask, what makes students belong? Right, universities commonly measure inclusion through admission, as I already stated. They make sure that right from registration, there are what we call reasonable accommodations. And then when they are in, there is financial support. And then there is access to accessible learning material. There is library that is also responsive. Those measures matters, but they do not tell us whether a student can participate meaningfully, can learn or study with dignity, progress, and also the student can contribute and feel recognized as a full member of an academic community. So therefore, we argue that a true sense of belonging requires more than a policy, more than a system, more than a practice. We think that it demands that we rethink our attitudes. We forge sustainable relationships as staff and students. We believe that that fosters dignity, participation, retention, but also student success. All right, my slide's now stuck. All right. Just a second. Okay. All right, my third slide then speaks to what our student experience. There are 4 pillars that we have proposed. One of them is that our student experience exclusion through our infrastructure, through our buildings that are not accessible. You find institutions organizing classes, organize examination halls that are not accessible for its students. Particularly, we have experienced it in Oxford when it's graduation time. Students coming in to graduate, and therefore those that are not in wheelchair, that are on wheelchair, then cannot able to ascend to the podium to receive a qualification because of that disconnection. We also found routes that are not visible, signage that are not available. You know, if a student lands into this campus and looking for Oxford or looking for the College of Education, therefore they will have to rely on the security personnel to find it. No clear signage that are showing or assisting students to reach that. Our labs that are not accessible, that is also, those are just few, I think, impediments that are physical. But also additional platforms. In this glorious university, we have my life, my modules, my exam platforms. The question whether these platforms are fully accessible to our student, it remains to be tested. Academic and financial aid. So I think also the previous speakers have, touched and spoke at length about innovative pedagogies, teaching practices that meets the need of diverse students, assessments, that also, I'm already thinking about the deaf and hard of hearing student that might prefer to have oral examination as opposed to sitting in the classroom. The question is whether that is fully available across the higher institutions of learning. And the social and attitudinal, which I link it strongly to a sense of belonging. That as academics, we having low expectations for a student with disability. Peers that have stigma. If one declares a disability, which it's in some instances, it has discouraged, the students to disclose their disabilities because of these factors. So we also argue that progressive policies, because we've scanned also the institutions, we found that many institutions have indeed have policies, forward-thinking policies, maybe to put it that way. But these policies can also lead to exclusion if there is no clear implementation. So true inclusion requires converting high-level policy to concrete workflows designated to oversight. There must be also timelines that are set. There must be very important, I think, funding, adequate funding that is delegated to the policy. And there must also be regular audits to see if such policies are being implemented fully. And we've argued that, yes, indeed, these policies, you find some of them says equal access, and I think that's a common phrase. All the policies have got equal accesses, that students deserve to have that. But student experience, you find that they get delayed responses, or most of them, they even defer their academic year because of delayed decisions. A student that is just requiring a reasonable accommodation, and you find that it has to go through bureaucracy for it to be recognized and implemented. Reasonable accommodation, we speak on them in policy, but do we really have accessible content? Can we claim fully that we do have that? Inclusive teaching and learning is one of also of the tenet of these policies, but there is often repeated referral that I can't handle this. I must refer to in our space ACSUIT. We've got what we call ACSUIT students because they have disabilities. So this happened, I think, frequently, and we've seen it as a common practice also nationally. So therefore, we believe that true transformation move from access to equity and belonging. Right from the beginning, right from access, we need, probably one must start unpacking from literature also what access means. It means providing entry point, opportunity, or right to use a resource. In this case, it focuses on removing physical or structural barriers so everyone can get through the door. And then just to unpack also equity, literature shows that it means distributing resources and opportunities based on specific need to equal outcomes. Unlike equality, equity, therefore, is about treating everyone the same, but in this instance, equity recognizes that different people face different barriers and required individualized support or customized support. And therefore, what we've also proposed as far as belonging is concerned, we said a sense of belonging, therefore, is about emotional and psychosocial feeling of being accepted, of being valued, of feeling safe within a group. So it goes, I would suggest that it goes beyond inclusion. It means an individual can bring their authentic self to environment without fear of rejection. I've proposed these definitions or description of these three pillars. So therefore, I think the question is that, can students enter physically, digitally, administratively, and academically in our space, in our universities? Are diverse barriers identified early and addressed through coordinated support? Do students feel seen? Do they feel respected, able to contribute, and confident that they could succeed? So what we'll propose, therefore, in forging ahead, is that there are three foundations for disability inclusion that foster a sense of belonging. We believe that governance, it's important to have the executive leadership buying into disability, to have policy that leads into implementation, to have systems, to have practices, but also, I think most importantly, to have, in the university we've got a 2030 strategy, that maybe we need to think about having one of the pillars be about disabilities. Then we know that everyone in the leadership gets measured on what they do, their KPIs, as far as disability is concerned. So these are the three, I think, foundations. And the second one is about accommodation. We believe that timely, individualized, and documented decisions linked to teaching and an assessment. So in this instance, what we suggesting is that reasonable accommodation should remove all the barriers that we have seen. And as I suggested earlier, that there should be clear guidelines. It should not be guessed. There should be no guessing of how can this accommodation be implemented. It should be simplified in such a way that a student, even if he or she doubts to declare at an entry point, shouldn't doubt, because knows that if I declare this immediately, I becomes accessible to me with this kind of disability. And I think the third point will be then inclusive curriculum. So for us, an inclusive curriculum ensures that instructional design, teaching methods, and assessment types are inherently flexible. So therefore, it means that we shift the focus from fixing the student, but taking care of fixing the environment. And then we have three enablers. So we propose pillars and then enablers. We say technology can be seen as an important enabler. In this instance, what technology does, it removes the distance between the lecturer and the student, and then also it addresses physical issues that we might encounter. We are 153 years, I think, being in existence as the University of South Africa, and other universities are even maybe older than us. I think the Cape Town, it might be older than us. So obviously our buildings and infrastructure are old and outdated. So we believe that then with technology, we are able to address the issue of infrastructure, because if we have accessible online platforms, students can elect to enter and participate fully online, as opposed to come to the campus and unable to attend with everybody else a class. So technology therefore bridges the bridge to connection, I think. And the second important enabler as well, it's student voice itself. So the power of agency. So belonging is also about co-creating. There's a concept. I think it must have been, emerged from the, is it Council, National Council for the Blind? Nothing about us without us. So we believe that we cannot, I think a classical example that was made by a colleague of mine previous week is that, we always wonder how to support our students as academic. But in your program, you already know that we've got 2 or 3 blind students. Maybe a best approach or suggested approach is to engage them, to meet them, to say, what are your needs? Because the needs are not homogeneous, are not, the same. They should be personalized. They should be individualized. So therefore, it becomes important that the student voice is enhanced. Also in our space in ArcSuite, I think between the year 2024 until currently, we said we would revive what we call Student Forum. So Student Forum, Student Representative Forum, we organize a group of students with disabilities, said mobilize yourself and elect executive committee, and strengthen your voice as students with disabilities. Contest the elections, SRC elections. And I must say it is a transformational journey, because yes, they're breathing, yes, they are alive, we are getting their voice, but I think our dream is to see the voice, being impactful. We would like to see them sitting in student governance structure, because when you sit in the student governance, SRC in particular, then they have a seat in council, senate, and all the institutional structures. We think that then the voice of students with disabilities can then, we claim that it's now being heard and processed accordingly. So I think it's important. The student voice is very important. I think it's also very close to my heart, because it enables students to come and share their lived experiences. So I think the third point is data and improvement. So the safety net of proactive care. I mean, now it should, we should already be sensitized. I mean, we've got laws. The POPIA came into light as amended to protect the use of confidential information. So therefore, what we say, therefore, is that data should not be used to prejudice, to discriminate, to stigmatize students, but it should be for management decision purposes, but it should also help us to plan and to allocate resources accordingly. So those are 3, I think, critical enablers that we have proposed. So we've expanded of what we believe that reasonable accommodation need as a predictable pathway. We said the decision starts with understanding the functional barrier, not to provide a standard response. So communication is very important. because it's part and parcel of implementation. So the student and the staff authorized need to understand the barrier. So we should shift from diagnosis and to move to functional barrier. Because then when we understand the barrier, we are able to respond accordingly. I think that's also the proposition I'm putting, that the engagement, it sort of clarifies, it sort of also, I would also suggest that it's very close to the social model, because we're moving away to say, Bheki has a disability, and therefore he needs this kind of intervention. So interaction, conversations, I think are very important. All right, the danger of standardized responses. I already made reference of the model, you know, the old ones that have already been replaced, you know, that created that kind of thinking. So I think it is very important that we shift from the medical labels, you know, to individualized problem solving. So when a university approaches a disability through the lens of diagnosis, they often default to bureaucratic. Remember, I talk about the delayed decision, deferment, because I think that's the story. So I think that then therefore the barrier focus, it helps us to identify what kind of inability or actually immediate point to resolve the problem. Move. And I think the other aspect, it will be now the assistive technology. And then what we've proposed here is that assistive technology blends very well with accessible design, the UDL. The UDL, which is introduced by Carl, the CAST, it provides for at least the 3 core principles, which is multiple means of representation, multiple means of action and expression, multiple means of engagement. So the UDL, if it's blended with assistive technology, what it therefore assists is that, because with UDL, it sort of requires us as academic to be proactive, but not only academic, I think also professional staff. We're in the regions recently providing advocacy, and I said, in the regions, it's very important that the registration office has got either printed application form that is also accessible in Braille, accessible in large print. When a student walks in, and it's a blind student and prefers his application to be in Braille, we don't find ourselves wanting. You can draw the form and give the student to interact. So that is a universal design way, I think for me, of thinking, that to become proactive institutionally, even in our departments. You know, I don't know if the colleagues from finance, in some instances, in Axwit will get a call, say, hey, we have a deaf student that have visited us, and we can't interact with the student. Can you send Memabaso to come and interpret? And that time Memabaso is also in a class assisting. So it becomes almost impossible to support the student. So, but then a universal way, universal design of learning thinking, it means therefore we might have to train. Each department must take responsibility to train staff, to take them through sign language training, so that when students come in, we are ready. Because it also become impossible that we appoint, how many students we have? About 400,000 in a given year. We appoint a large number. Is it it's not 500,000? Thank you. My sign language interpreter is already laughing. It means I need a glass of water if you can help me. I'm getting tired. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the number of deaf students probably that we can have, just over 200 and something. And then it's almost impossible to get more sign language interpreter to take that. So it becomes important that each and every service department either train a staff member, because there are staff members that are very excited and willing to attend. So when you have your sign language interpreter on site, thank you so much. My lips are, yeah, my tongue is running dry. When you have your sign language interpreters on site, therefore you don't have to keep the student wanting. Thank you. And therefore, the multiple means of action and expression. So UDL allows students to demonstrate knowledge in various ways, but then the assistive technology provides the communication bridge. And I think examples have been made there. The voice-to-text software, which allows students to monitor or writing dysfunctions to dictate, essays. Your alternative keyboards and switches let students navigate tests without the mouse. Your augmentative and alternative communication apps, which give non-verbal students a physical voice. Another principle of the UDL, which is the last one, it's a multiple means of engagement. So UDL in this instance aims to build purposeful, motivated students by offering choice, but therefore technology, assistive technology, reduces frustration to sustain that focus. All right. So the student voice again. We say student voice must shape design and accountability. So representation, giving students a seat, and I think I've already expressed our position in this regard. And then core designing, and also in this instance, I'm not gonna zoom into this because I've spoken about the importance of core creation, core designing, and also closing the feedback loop, creating accountability. So having students' voice, it also helps that we close the feedback loop, but also the 360-degree feedback. You're able to get it because students are able to give you feedback on an instance, and then you'll know what to improve and where to improve. All right, now I'm taking to UNISA. I was talking from a higher education spectrum. So at UNISA, as ACSWIT, then we act as catalyst. We provide specialized expertise, regarding student needs with the institutional system. So the goal is not to really own. What we do, we work on collaborations, partnerships. I think that's exactly how we do. So you found us that as far as access is concerned, we provide alternative formats of study material, and then we provide the sign language interpretation services. We also provide orientation and mobility services. So in a way, we do sort of promote access in those instances, but I would like also to argue that there is more that still needs to be done. On the technological front, we provide assistive technologies, and in this instance, it's through the labs, because I know students immediately jump to me and say, I have never seen that. We say we have the labs that the institution have set aside in the regions which are dedicated to students with disabilities. The labs have assistive technologies, from screen reader to magnifying software, to printers, augmented keyboards, etc., etc. So these labs, also demonstrate the commitment of the University of South Africa towards enabling access and also enhancing a sense of belonging. As far as capacity, as ACSWIT, we do provide training, advocacy and training campaign. We focus on staff, academic staff, but also student leadership, because our argument is that student leadership cannot represent students fully if they do not have full appreciation of diversity, as well as students with disability that they represent. So student voice, I already made reference of the forum that have been established years back and revived a couple of years, and then there's room for growth, and I can assure you that growth is underway. All right, I think it boils down to that point I made earlier, that belonging is a shared institutional duty from our leadership to academics, to support staff, to assessment, ICT, library, facilities, and students. 5 commitments which can move inclusion to practice. I think in this instance we've proposed 5 as well, that if we can have the executive management that takes ownership, and then if we create accommodation policies or guidelines which are clear, and I think that could also go a long way. Accessible digital learning. We know that we are a Cordell institution. We are moving fast as far as technology is concerned, and we have always argued that when we move, we must not leave behind students with disabilities that are reliant on assistive technologies. So as we move, we make sure that there is compliant or compatibility between the movements and the technology. There's also the student code design and ethical success data. All right, how then do we measure responsiveness, participation outcomes? So we say the useful indicator, it's a set combines responsiveness, participation, and outcomes. We say expanding on responsiveness and participation and outcomes provide a robust framework for evaluating programs and institutional performance. So these 3 indicators, we feel they are important. For instance, responsiveness, it means accommodation turnaround time is short. It means unresolved referrals gets prioritized, and then accessible material are also delivered quicker. Participation, accessible modules, assistive technology readiness, student identified, barriers resolved. And the last one, I think, it will be the success and belonging, which is, we see that through retention, student progression, completion, student experience and conference. So I think the institutional test, therefore. So every institution faces a fundamental contradiction, claiming a commitment to diversity while operating systems that are inherently exclude. We often then celebrate the resilience of students with disabilities and academics who navigate these obstacles. However, this phrase marks a systematic failure, and the tension lies between our public mission of inclusion and the daily health of administrative and physical staff. So shifting the goal of a university like ourselves is not to become a better in repairing exclusion after barriers are created. So retrofitting a broken system is inefficient, exhausting, and unjust. Instead, the ultimate goal should be to design institutions that expect disability diversity from the outset. This means, therefore, that structuring environments curricula and our buildings under the assumption that students with disability are already present and essential to the community. So true institutional accessibility relies on a threefold approach, which will anticipate we should have an anticipation mindset that we've got a diverse community that might enter our university space. We should also invest lots of our resources on personalizing or customizing or individualizing services. We should also move towards cultural integration. And I think then we'll be moving closer to the social model. So we therefore call to action the following, that we must take the institutional test back to our university and honestly evaluate our systems. Ask management and departments, are we fixing individuals to feed our campuses? Or are we fixing our institutions to welcome individuals? I think the answer then determines whether our campuses are truly engines of equity or compliance-driven gatekeepers. I think in closing, colleagues, if African university are to become disability rights change agent, inclusion must move from margins to the center of governance, teaching, assessment, technology, student support, data and leadership. Therefore, access is where the journey starts. Belonging is how we know transformation is being experienced. Colleagues, thank you very much for your indulgence, for listening to me. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your speech was provocative and also included a wide range of issues that sometimes we take for granted. Thank you for representing us with office so well and for the information that we have shared. I'm really sorry that I had to come in because colleagues, you know, we don't have clear breaks. The only break that we have is at the end. So I'll request the next speakers to stick to 20 to 30 minutes so that by 1:30 we break. I understand that human conditions are sometimes too complex. But as we move along to the next speaker, colleagues, from what Mr. Nxumalo has shared with us, I want us to think about the concept intersectionality and look at it to assess the efficiency of reasonable accommodations, especially if they are there for students to take and not negotiated. I don't know how is that, but Mr. Nxumalo spoke about that. Let's think about intersectionality and its the effect of impairments on individuals. Professor Malahlela, kindly introduce the next speaker, and I trust that the next speaker will adhere to our prescribed 20 minutes so that we can still have that time of engagement. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, without any waste of time, I'm going to introduce to you our fifth speaker, that is Professor Shenisani Mulobezi. Professor Shenisani Agnes Mulobezi holds a PhD in early childhood education from the University of Pretoria. She serves as an executive committee member of the South African Research Association for Early Childhood Education and is a member of the Provincial Early Childhood Development sectoral committee. In addition, she contributes as a reviewer for the National Research Foundations, or NRF, Emerging Researcher Program, and NRF rating applications. With more than 10 years of experience as a practitioner at Mbilwi Child Care Center, she also taught foundation phase classes, that is grade R to 3, at various primary schools in the Vhembe district. She joined the University of Venda in 2014, where she is now a full professor and serves as the head of the Department of Early Childhood Education. Her teaching and research focus on key issues in early childhood education, particularly leadership, life skills education, and inclusive education. Professor Mrubezi is also actively involved in community engagement, coordinating a project that introduces basic science concepts in early childhood development centers. She has been invited as a guest speaker at various institutions, including the South African Institute of Physics, and her academic excellence has been recognized through the Vice Chancellor's Excellence Awards in both research and teaching and learning. As a prolific scholar, Professor Mrubezi has authored and co-authored book chapters and articles published in accredited journals. She also peer-reviewed a book chapters and articles from various journals and publishers. She is a C3 rated researcher, reflecting a recognized contribution to the field of early childhood education. Thank you very much. And with that having said, I would like to say over to you, Professor Mrubezi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. And good afternoon, everyone. Program Director, Prof. Makwe, Executive Dean, Prof. Magube, and the team, and all protocol observed. Let me take this opportunity to thank Prof. Magube and the team who invited me to share some thought regarding the African Inclusive Higher Education Summit, which focused on transforming universities for equity, access, and belonging. Program Director, let me assure you, I'm not going to spend even more than 15 minutes because most of the topics that I prepared in my slide, also Mr. Ngumalo presented it. So when I arrive in that particular slide, I will just remind the colleagues, as I can see that the time is no longer on our side. I hope you are hearing me, Program Director. Am I loud? Am I clear to everyone? Program Director?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, Prof. You are allowable. You can proceed.
Thank you so much. This is my scope of presentation, of which I'm not going to spend more time by reading it. As part of introduction, higher education has long been recognized as one of the most powerful drivers of social transformation, of economic growth, innovation, and sustainable development. So across Africa, the universities are becoming increasingly diverse as they welcome students from different cultural, linguistics, social, economics, and educational background, including the student with disabilities. So while many African countries have made significant progress in expanding access to higher education, admission alone does not guarantee educational success. Many students, my dear colleagues, continue to encounter barriers that limit their participation, academic performance, and overall university experiences. So the transformation of African universities therefore requires as a shift from simply increasing enrollment number to creating institutions where every student has an equal opportunity to learn, equal opportunity to participate, also end up showing the student success by graduating, and also contribute meaningful to the society. So therefore, universities must become a places where diversity is celebrated rather than tolerated, where inclusion is embedded within institutional culture, and where every student feels respected by everyone within the institution, also supported by the other student or even by the lecturer or facilitator, so that he or she can feel empowered. So this transformation is founded on the three interconnected pillars that also indicated on the topic, which is equity, access, belonging, and which provide the foundation of inclusive higher education across African context. Now, matters in inclusive higher education. Why inclusive higher education has matters? If you check, there are some factors that also make matters to the higher education when we focus on the inclusive education, where it shows the fostering diversity and innovation. All students must be catered equally without checking whether the background of the student is poor or the student is coming from rural or urban. Also, again, promote the equitable opportunities that at the end will see the student success, not only for the few students, but for all students as part of the inclusion. The also enriches learning environment, where we need to check within the institution. I heard Mr. Ngumalo indicating that at UNISA there are some of the environment that they cater for all students, irrespective of disability. So it means this is also crucial, that their environment must be catered. We must also take or check all students in a way that they can feel fully participated in their learning. And also, again, the campus collaboration and growth. If you check the picture, the collaboration between the students, it is also cater all students, irrespective of disability. So it means now inclusive must be also implemented in the higher education as part of supporting all students. It is also important to build a stronger, more empathetic communities, where we need to help our students, not only at the university level, even in the communities. It is also crucial that is why most of the university, they need to collaborate with the community, so that they can even able to identify and solve this type of problem. At the end will show that all students, all learners are included in their learning, and also create global leaders and problem solvers. Let's also engage everyone so that this issue of inclusivity will be also implemented in higher education. So now it is important to understand the equity, the access, and the belonging. So when we come to the equity, it says everyone receive the support they need. So it means if now in the higher education, we can see that some of the students are assisted by using the movable electronic wheelchair. So let us also give those who can able to use it, checking that they can also arrive, or especially here at Univen, we are face to face, we see the student coming to the class using those wheelchairs and even having access. So it means when we talk about the equity, the resources must be suit the needs of the learner, of the student or of the learners. It can be at the university level, it can be in the classroom. So assistive technology is part of an example. Financial aid, we need to assist them. Academic mentoring, where we need to push the student academically and also have a flexible assessment. And when we understand when we come to the access, it's where now is it the way how our university, our institutions, our schools, if we are talking about the school, able to give a physical access to everyone, where we check the ramps, where we check the accessibility, the ablution, and also check the elevators if they are there. I know UNISA elevators are there. So it means it is also part of an access for every student to able to walk freely. And also academic access, inclusive curriculum must be also checked, wherein we check if the student is struggling, what are we doing as facilitators? What are teachers doing at school if they identify that there are learners who are struggling with the some reading or some writing? It needs some remedial teaching, wherein it must be also included, and the teaching must be flexible, and that flexible depend on the curriculum that is going to be designed, and also academic support. This is number one, wherein when we have got a student in higher education, in our African universities, we need to support every student. And we must have digital accesses, though we know when they are staying, they can experience a problem, but let's make sure that within the institution, internet are there. And also financial accesses, where we need to even encourage all students, including the student who have got some challenges, wherein they need to also apply the scholarship. We need to encourage them, not to say scholarship is only for those who are intelligent. Everybody, if they can apply scholarship, let's encourage them to do so. And lastly is to understanding the belonging. I remember even Mr. Ngumalo indicated that we check the belonging by make students to feel safe, respected. Are we showing the respect to them, included them in each and every activities, either it's a presentation, and even give them the leadership in the classroom, and also make sure that we always connected with them and make and value them that they are also a student within the institution premises. Now, we continue by indicating that equity again ensure that students receive support. This is also crucial. Students receive the what? The support from us, and every student feel respected. And when we come to access again, we also have some learning platform that we need to expose to our student. This is also important because it will help our student to learn and understand. And this also bring our African university to the transformation stage where each and every student can benefit the opportunities within the university. The belonging, also checking the culture within the campus. This is also crucial to show them that their cultures are also respected. So when we talk about the equity, again, we share about the issue of fair opportunities, financial support, and other inclusive assessment. As I've already indicated, this is the one of the slides where Mr. Ngubalo tried to explain or give more information. Inclusive university framework. So for us to be showing a transformative or transformation university for the equity, for the access and the belonging, we must check the leadership. leadership is also crucial within the universities. The way how our leadership plan, we need to have inclusive leadership where it shows the whole university community the importance of inclusivity. We need to also have the inclusive policies, which is very crucial to know them. We must also bear in mind the inclusive curriculum and also inclusive teaching and assessment, and also support them, and also indicate the digital inclusion and student success where we see our student graduating. This is very crucial because it is part of the transformation universities that's showing the respect on all three pillars that are discussed today, which is equity, access, and belonging. African policy framework, where we need to understand that there are some African policy framework which we can talk about. Sustainable development goal number 4, we know, which emphasize inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. So it challenges higher education institutions to ensure that no learner is excluded, no student is excluded, no facilitators, no academics should be excluded because of the disability, because of the poverty, or the gender, or the language, even checking the geographical location. We also have the African policy framework talks about the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Persons and the Disability, which further reinforces the rights of students with disability by requiring educational institution to provide reasonable accommodation. We need to check when we allocate the accommodation of all students, checking also the disability. When we allocate the accommodation, make sure that the environment is easily accessible and have or encourage equal participation. The other African policy framework is about the African Union Agenda 2063, which shows an inclusive continent driven by educated citizens and skilled professionals. This continental education strategy for Africa highlights higher education as a catalyst of innovation or research and even entrepreneurship and sustainable development. This African policy framework is very crucial because it is also encourage the entrepreneurship. Are we also including all students nowadays in our curriculum to make them to understand the entrepreneurship as part of the things that it can also help everybody in future. So in South Africa, inclusive higher education is supported by the Constitution of Higher Education Act, also even Education White Paper number 6, and also strategic disability framework in the post-school education and training system. So this means that all policies require the university to eliminate discrimination and provide inclusive learning opportunities. Universal design learning, this is also, I'm not going to discuss this. I heard Mr. Ngumalo explain everything regarding the 3 principles: engagement, representation, and action of the expression. So I'm not going to repeat again because Mr. Ngumalo already discussed about this. So as part of the transforming university, we need to check the teaching strategy, where facilitators must also check the differentiate instruction. If they need to change the way how they're teaching in order to accommodate all learners. It must be also important to encourage the collaboration of learning in the classroom, even outside the classroom, or even online. You know, these elements that we are using, Moodle, Blackboard, there are times where those who can able to access, they get in and have a discussion where you shared and they allow them to discuss. Use active learning when we are busy teaching them. Let's also promote the scaffolding of learning, that if we started a lesson, let's try to give them a reminder to introduce the lesson before you come to the new topic and make learners to remind. By doing so, you will be scaffolding wherein all learners will follow, or all students will follow you. And also promote peer mentoring, which is also crucial. And if all students to familiar themselves with the technology, because this is also the issue of inclusive teaching strategy. It also make all learners feel respected. So because the lecturer, the colleagues, or the peer will be showing the love and promote peer mentoring. Challenges. So for us as South African or African University, the things that make us not see the transformation, it's student poverty. And this student poverty, it also make us as a university, or make the university to experience a various challenge when we come to the issue of assisting the student. But when we keep on working with them, it is our responsibility to show them and guide them. And also the issue of digital inequality. Some students, where they are coming from, you find that there is a problem of network. So this is some of the challenges that even if we as a lecturer or facilitators want to engage the student, it will be not easy because of the inequality of the digital problem, like a network. Language barriers is also part. Disability exclusion, this is a problem wherein now I'm seeing even from the primary school, from the secondary school, the department is trying to introduce the issue of full service schools in order to able to control the disability exclusion, and also gender equality. It is also a problem. Checking the infrastructure, this is a problem because some of the infrastructure, some universities are experiencing a challenge. And mental health concern, some students that we are working with, they have got their own challenges that needs anybody, that needs us as a lecturer, as an academics, to assist them. And the other issue is a large classes problem. The accommodation, you might find that the classes are very small, and we do have many students. So these are the challenges that they are trying to block us to transform. But nevertheless, we are trying to see ourselves. So these are the transformation pillars that for face-to-face and for the distance education should consider that teaching and learning should be a universal design, which also important makes them to introduce the differentiated instruction. The inclusive assessment, where flexible submission format to those who are using online must be considered. Digital inclusion, where associate try to accessible with online platform. Remember, there are different platforms that people can use. We need to make sure that it is easy to accessible to all students. Student support services, we have already discussed this, that it is crucial for the student to be supported. Let's check the places where they are going to attend their classes. Let's check even the physical issues that can also disturb our students, wherein we need to check that. The leadership and governance, it's also crucial. Let's engage all students in a leadership. I even keep on saying to the primary school teachers to say, don't keep on using one learner to do everything in the class. If today is the person or Maria distributing a book, tomorrow must be another one. Not to keep on appointing one learner. There must be alternate, because there are some who are shy, wherein if you cannot do that, it will be end up like that without showing any leadership. So because I believe that leadership can be made, so it can be made to all students. Partnership and collaboration, this is crucial, wherein we need to collaborate, keep on taking the student next to us so that they can be easily to learn. And graduate outcomes, it is good, you see during the graduation where one of the disability student graduating, we all honor the student to see that this is a very, very achievable performance. So let's also check this because it is crucial. How to build academic staff capacity in inclusive education, we need to support must be continuously happening by training the lecturers, also training the teachers at school, because it will help them to be included in the awareness of knowing or understanding what is inclusivity. And that particular child, if he or she grew up with attending with that particular issue, it will help him or her to understand the issue of inclusive education. Training should also address as part of the inclusive communication and checking the cultural sensitivity. Coming to the conclusion, Chairperson, as I told you that I'm not going to spend more time, Program Director, for African Face-to-Face and Distance University, achieving equitable education for students with disability require a holistic approach that integrates inclusivity leadership. Holistic approach is the totality of the student to promote or integrate the inclusive leadership, accessible infrastructure. Let's make sure that our attending classes, they must be easy to access by all students, including the lecturers. Digital inclusion must be also considered. Universal design for learning. It is also crucial to come up with differentiated instruction, wherein if you see that the child or the student struggling with this is the other strategy that you can use. Having a flexible assessment, which also covered by the flexible curriculum designed. Comprehensive student support is very, very crucial. When the student want to apply issue like scholarship, it is the responsibility to show them that we are supporting them. And collaboration is very crucial. Collaboration, it can be amongst the students themselves, collaboration amongst the academics, collaboration between the student and the academics, because we'll end up helping the students. Coming to my end note, UNESCO 2017 also emphasized that every learner matter and matter equality. African universities must therefore remove barriers, embrace diversity, and create learning environment where all students can access, participate in, and successfully complete higher education. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Professor Murovezi. Thank you so much. You have done your best to ensure that within the time specified, you have completed your presentation. But it's not about completion of presentations, but it's about engagement. But thank you so much for sharing your provocative thoughts. Professor Malahlela, let me kindly share this platform with you. And I also want to request our guests and colleagues here to type the questions in the chat box that will be entertained after the next speaker. The colleagues who are in Pretoria should also at least write down the questions so that we spend exactly 20 minutes in the question and answer item. Thank you so much. Prof. Malahlela.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkuma. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm introducing to you the last speaker. The last speaker is Dr. Swati Chakraborty, who is a faculty member at Business College, Vancouver, Canada, and a facilitator for Udemy courses on social science. She is a Forbes Fellow with the First Freedom Foundation, USA, and a Fellow at Compose, Universitas Islam International Indonesia. She is the founder of Web Platform for Dialogue and a member of the Executive Council for the Circle of Spirituality at the Colibri Learning Foundation in Canada. Dr. Chakraborty is also the editor of several books, including Exploring AI Implications on Law, Governance and Industry, Intersections of AI and the Freedom of Religion or Belief, Investigating the Impact of AI on Ethics and Spirituality, Leveraging AI for Inclusive and Equitable Development, Human Values, Ethics, and Dignity in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, and Ethical AI Solutions for Addressing Social Media Influence and Hate Speech. She has a wide range of international collaboration and network. Thank you very much, Program Director, and over to you, Dr. Swati Chakraborty. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, just to note that Dr. Chakraborty has sent a video which the multimedia guys will play just now.
I'm Dr. Swati Chakraborty. Today my topic is Inclusive Education Across the World, a synopsis of global frameworks, regional realities, and the road ahead. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to African Inclusive Higher Education Summit and entire team of organizations and the collaboration partners with the summit. Particularly when I started to draw the attention towards the inclusive education, which is a global scenario. It's a global commitment to equitable, quality learning for every child. So that's why I was thinking that to do a research which is actually covering the entire globe, the world, regardless of ability, gender, language, or background. So this particular discussion, this particular chapter, takes a comparative document-based approach across 5 world regions to trace the gap between policy intent and classroom reality. So this is particularly a policy frameworks and reports, scholarship and case studies with a comparative approach, with the 5 world regions with Europe, North America, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This is also with the 3 global mandates: Salamanca Statement, UNCRPD, SDG 4. Policy to practice gap, where intent meets classroom reality. It's very important that the policies which have been there with the pen and paper may not be executed appropriately with the ground realities, with the classroom realities, which is totally different stories altogether with the inclusive education. And what has been there with the theoretical understanding, which may not be applicable for its ground realities. So from segregations to belonging, the core idea is actually the regardless of ability, gender, ethnicity, language, religion, socioeconomic status, has an equal right to learn and participate fully in society. From every aspect of life, everyone should have the equal chance, equal rights, which is the basic human rights for each and every individual in the society, to live with the fullest potentiality, whatever they have there since birth. Inclusive education reframes diversity as a strength to be embraced, not a particular deficit to be managed or a challenge to overcome, but it's a scenario which is giving us the opportunity to lead by example. According to UNESCO Salamanca Statement 1994, school should accommodate all children regardless of their physical, intellectual, social, emotional, linguistic, or other conditions. That means with this particular perspective of equity, diversity, and inclusions, inclusion is one of the most greatest achievement throughout the policymakers' decision points of view, as well as the mandates of the international covenant and different parameters related with educational perspectives. But how this particular concept have been evolved? With the segregated schooling, that is number one, with the children with the disabilities and marginalized groups, routinely excluded from mainstream educations. In the name of mainstream educations, particularly the children who have their own disabilities, physical or mental, the marginalized community people, still they are not with the at par of the mainstream children in the schools. So what are the reasons that is actually creating the barriers between that particular marginalized communities and the mainstream children particularly? Special needs concerns, of course, that is one of our mandates of the SDG 4, that inclusion first framed narrowly focused on disability alone, not the special needs, which has been the major concern in this inclusion policy. Comprehensive equity framework according to SDG 4, now a cornerstone for quality education and lifelong learning for all, is still a question. Global frameworks are shaping the agenda. International declarations that established inclusion as a legal and moral imperative. In 1994, the Salamanca Statement, 2000, Dakar Framework, EFA, 2006, UNCRPD Article 24, 2015, SDG 4, which is actually giving the more emphasis with the inclusive, equitable, quality education and lifelong learning by 2030, which is not far. We are in 2026. So how about that particular achievements, the concerns, the promises that have been built upon? Even with that legal and moral imperative, it's still a question. In 2020, GAM report, all means all, that reaffirmed with the particular approach of inclusion as a central principle of education reform, which have been actually started in 1994 with the statement of declared inclusive schools, the most effective way to combat discrimination, still under considerations. We cannot able to say that, yes, we fully achieved what we promised so many decades back. Regional perspectives, international frameworks provide shared goals, but each region interprets and implements inclusion differently, shaped by local histories, cultural values, resources, and political priorities. So when we are talking about the global scenario or global perspectives, which may not be true to the regional perspectives. So we have to look towards the global, that is global plus local scenarios and perspectives, and we need to consider that also. Let's talk about the European region with the policy integration and teacher empowerment. Compare with the North American scenario, which is a more legislative strength and inclusive pedagogy that have been more towards the student-centric. With Asia, that is emerging reforms, persistent inequalities still now. Africa, community-based approaches, whereas Latin America is actually the right-based social inclusions. Europe, policy integration and teacher empowered. Country examples: Italy abolished segregated special schools in 1970s, resource teachers and individualized plans, whereas Finland, they are proposed to have the three-tiered support model with early interventions and flexible learning. Norway, inclusive teacher education for all educators, not only specialists. But ongoing challenges are there for European region as well, with Eastern European systems face underfunded schools, limited teacher training, and lingering with a societal stigma towards disability. EU initiatives promote teacher exchange and resource sharing to close these gaps. North America, legislative strength and inclusive pedagogy. Country examples: United States, IDEA grantees, FAPE and LIST, restrictive environments, ADA ensures accessibility. Whereas in Canada, charters of rights and freedoms, particularly AODA, anchor inclusion in laws. Leading provinces, and particularly New Brunswick and British Columbia, model inclusive classrooms as a community asset. Ongoing challenges: universal design for learning and assistive technology are widely adopted, yet funding inequalities, systematic racism, systemic barriers are still there, with inclusion of indigenous learners remain pressing. Unresolved concerns are still there. Asia, emerging reforms, persistent inequalities, with the country examples like, for example, in India, Right to Education Act 2009 and Samagra Shiksha integrated special needs learners, which is a great step towards the inclusion and stepping towards the special needs children are being included into the system. In Japan and South Korea, gradual shift from segregated models towards co-teaching and individualized support, whereas in China, more of a learning in regular classroom policy, LRC, that implementation varies by provinces. Ongoing challenges: rural-urban resource disparities, language diversity, and socioeconomic inequalities continue to limit full participation across much of a region despite growing policy momentum. Africa. Africa is majorly depending on the community-based approaches and resilience. Country examples: South Africa, Education White Paper 6/2001 established resource centers and support teams, whereas Kenya, Inclusive Education Policy 2018 marks a strong national commitment. Ghana, Inclusive Education Policy 2015, NGOs and CBR programs fill capacity gaps. There are also ongoing challenges related with the overcrowded classrooms, few trained teachers, limited assistive technology persist, yet communitarian values and local solidarity keep inclusive advancing in low-resource settings. Latin America, right-based reforms and social inclusion. Country examples like Brazil, national policy on special education promotes full integrations into regular schools. And it is also given the chance to understand more of a new social inclusion. Chile and Colombia. Multicultural education embedded in national frameworks. Regional bodies, that is OAS network, strengthened advocacy for equitable, inclusive education. Ongoing challenges, inequality and political instability affect consistent implementation. Though expanding teachers' education and early childhood programs are helping sustain long-term momentum. What successful models shares? Across all 5 regions, 3 characteristics distinguish the most effective inclusive systems. Political commitment backed by concrete legislative and sustained funding, not just declaration. Teacher empowerment, continuous professional development builds confidence and capabilities. Cultural responsiveness respects local identities while upholding universal human rights. So inclusion cannot be achieved through policy alone. It requires systematic transformation and participatory governance. Systematic. Policy practice gaps, funding constraints, and rigid curricula. Attitudinal. Those are very important barriers to inclusive educations. These are 4 interrelated obstacles higher with that particular hindrance effectiveness implementation worldwide. Attitudinal stigma with low expectations and unprepared or resistant educators. Pedagogical, inadequate training and limited individualized support. Structural, inaccessible buildings, overcrowded, and digital divide. Intersectional lens, disability, gender, language, and migration status compound one another. No single access policy fits all. Now let's talk about the best practices and innovations. Proven strategies moving inclusion from aspiration to reality. Universal design for learning. Multiple means of engagement, representation, and expression from the outset. Assistive technology, text-to-speech, sign language, apps, AI-driven adaptive platforms, community participation, parents, NGOs, and local authorities strengthened accountability. Teacher professional development, continuous training builds inclusive pedagogy and empathy. The way forward. Now let's talk about the key recommendations. Strengthen policy and governance. Very important here, playing a vital role towards the enforcement of legislations ensures adequate and sustainable funding. Number 2, empower and train educators. Comprehensive pre- and in-service inclusive pedagogy training. Number 3, with enhanced accessibility with the physical infrastructure, digital inclusion, and resource centers. Engage families and communities, even with the particular support of the trainers, with that particular support of digital accessibility. If you don't have the support from the families, from the communities, it's not possible. So we need more and more digital awareness and awareness campaigns with the partnerships with NGOs and civil societies. that can make it possible. Promote evidence and monitoring. Disaggregated data, regular evaluation, knowledge sharing. Global collaborations align with SDG 4 and cross-cultural learning between regions. So there is a high chances and high demand for a social movement towards equity and justice. Inclusive education is more than a pedagogical approach. It is a moral imperative and a measure of a society's commitment to justice, equity, and human dignity. True inclusion is realized when every learner feels valued, supported, and capable of achieving their fullest potential, leaving no learner behind. Thank you so much for all your patience. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Prof, for providing this global context and perspective of inclusion progress that have been made from different sections of the world. We thank you so much. We were able to locate ourselves and the progress that we have made in South Africa. At this moment, it's not easy to talk about minimal or maximal progress, but we are grateful about that everyone in all of the sections of the world are thinking or is doing the legal effort, because it is on the basis of the legal effort that we put in trying to resolve the issues around the marginalized people that we finally break this silence. Thank you so much, Professor Swati. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's now 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. I would like us to go to the questions. Let me confirm my program. I want us to go to the questions and answers. We have 2 colleagues who will assist us. We have Mr. Ndlovu and as well as Dr. Mpia. I think I'm correct. We can start with the questions. Now, what I request from our great audience is that, hello, sir? Sama Dubai? So, I wish to request, excuse me, from our audience that let us keep the question brief, straight to the point. Let us not emphasize things that our esteemed guests have already alluded to, but let us focus on the question. There is one question that I see on the chart. In fact, it's a comment from a student. Mr. Matubane, I'm not sure if this comment is visible to everyone or is visible to me only. Teaching practice student.
I think it's visible to you only, Doc.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Colleagues and our guest, there is a question from one of our teaching practice students. The comment reads as follows: I'm a visual impaired student doing practical. Can I request the following? When I'm doing my practical, enlarge schedules, learners registers and marketing sheets and orientation layouts before teaching. So that is the comment from one of our teaching practice who is online. I guess she is online. Can I give this platform to our colleagues, Dr. Mpia? Mr. Ndlovu?
Yeah, Doc, I don't know who's going to answer that question or comment.
I think it's a comment. We should spread the message. Our teacher, yeah, because it's not.
I think this one, it's a message for noting to those who are in those field of responsibility. Unless if there's somebody who wants to talk to it. Prof.
Yeah, I think it goes to all of us as academics.
Yes, yes.
Because we are all involved in teaching practice. So it's a message that we should not take for granted. All of us academics, we should be reminded of this message. Whether you are in teaching practice office or not, it's our message.
Yeah.
This is the student communicating his experience with us.
Yes. Just to re-emphasize, the student says,
yes,
I'm visual impairment student doing practicals. Can I request the following when I'm doing my practical? Enlarge schedules, learners registers and marketing sheets and orientation layouts before teaching. So I think this is a message for everybody for noting. Yes. All right. Doc, I think we can switch to the field. We can switch to the field for questions, comments. I've got my people with microphones ready to give to those who want to say something.
Okay, please do that. Our colleagues, Mr. Ndlovu and Dr. Mpia, are ready?
Dr. Mpia is going to do the vote of thanks. I'm with Mr. Ndlovu.
Mr. Ndlovu,
yeah,
perfect.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Can I switch off my camera here?
Yeah, you can switch it off. We've got Prof. Mutitwe.
Thank you, Program Director. My question is to Professor Nithling and Sonet. In your presentation, you talked about the students who are doing teaching practice, or maybe let me start there. Yes, we are aware that research informs us that teachers are not well developed in terms of inclusive education practices. And also the programs in our universities, there will only be a module on inclusive education. And Professor Nithling, you indicated that it is high time that inclusive education should not be only a module, but it should be infused in all in the curriculum as a whole, in a specific program. So my question is, at University of Northwest, how are you doing that? Are you also having a module for inclusive education? And again, I align it to the teaching practice where you indicated that the students will go to teach for teaching practice, but it's not enough. So for teaching practice, do you have questions in the portfolio that will focus on, or maybe where the students will maybe complete or will complete their question on inclusive practices, maybe also share their experiences during the teaching practice? And again, you mentioned about ethical clearance for what? For the service learning. Yeah, so I just want you maybe to give us further explanation so that we can also buy in. I think it is very interesting because we also struggle that our students, they don't get that detailed skills and knowledge on inclusive practices. And when they go for, immediately after completing the program, then they do not know how to respond or how to address diverse classrooms.
Yes, thank you very much.
Before responding to that, can we also create a procedure for this? Maybe we take 5 questions, and when the speaker asks a question, like Professor Mutitwe, you say this question is directed at 2 so that they can prepare. So we'll give it a first round, 5 questions directed to different speakers, 1 question per speaker. So from the floor, just 1 question is sufficient because we are working against time here. 1 question, we will ask other questions tomorrow. So, but for now, 1 question, 1 speaker, 5 rounds. After 5 rounds, then Mr. Ndlovu will give platform to this to the respondents to respond. Then we go to the second round of questions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Good day, everyone.
Good
My
day.
name is Mologora Makoma, Prof. Magube student, master student. Okay. My concern is about full service schools. Everybody spoke about full service, of which I'm working in. I know the challenges, disadvantages, and everything. So everybody speaking about full service by looking on its definition from white paper 6, but practically is what full service are not practically what we are thinking about. Full service, instead of being the definition from white paper 6 from low to moderate, there are now 3 in 1, of which they are having 3/4 of learners with serious learning difficulties. Teachers are frustrated, nobody's assisting them, there is no health professionals assisting the schools, and then at the end of the day, teachers are doing one size fits all. So my concern is the policies that have been drawn from we have got full service policy from 2005 and the other one is for 2010, of which they are telling us what full service should look like, of which they are not looking like what is said in the policy. So I think new policies need to be drafted again to really direct of everybody, stakeholders, on what full service should look like again. Because it looks like that even the principals don't understand, because they refer learners with serious learning difficulties to full service schools, of which they are low to moderate learners. And then reaching those schools, principal for full service needs to admit them, because even the district are referring them to full service. Now, imagine being a teacher in full service, not understanding what you do with ratio of 45:1, where 3/4 in class are having serious learning difficulties, and then you don't have an assistant. At the end of the day, what should be done? You call the parents don't understand. Sometimes the parents even have denial of the learner to being withdrawn to go to special schools. My concern is, since 2014...
Sorry, ma'am. Just go straight to the question. That's my request, ma'am.
Yes,
the respondent will unpack what you are unpacking now. Just share your question and allow the respondent to respond. Thank you.
My question is, since full service have been started in 2014, even now they are not functioning as they should be. So what can be done to make them be what they should be? Because they are not functioning as they should be. Now there are 3 in 1 instead of being 1. So what can be done to assist this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Is the question to a specific person or in generic?
Generic, anyone who has answers can answer them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next. Okay, there's no hands. I think we can get the responders to respond.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to address the first one regarding the modules. It is the same as your institute, I suppose. It is a generic module, normally in the 3rd year, 1 semester, and we try to address all the barriers, and it's not sufficient. Then we have you can have an elective where it is learner support, year 1 to 4, and that is where we really go into depth with special needs education and all that. Yes, but there is, and that is the whole gap that we have. It's not sufficient. Then going out for TPRAC, a part of the portfolio that the students need to complete after the TPRAC, we added an additional addendum for specific learner support students who have that as a core module, and then it is where they have to observe and case studies and things like that they need to apply their knowledge. So we really try in the special needs education modules to have very much applicable, you know, where they have to apply their knowledge in the honors year always. It is some or other portfolio that they need to to complete based on, depends on what we decide for that year, but really to apply their knowledge, complete the CIAS document and all those. And we have a lot of training also for the CIAS document. But then, regarding the service learning projects, it is a part of the university who has funding that they make available for us. If you apply for a service learning project, say for instance we applied now for the students who decided on a core module, taking that whole module, you know, the core module, then we take them in their third years. We take them out to a full service school or a special needs school, depends, but we have to write a whole proposal, through the scientific committee, through the ethics, and then we get the funding if we're lucky. It's not always that we do get the funding, but then it is for travel arrangements and things like that, so that the students, apart from the TPRAC, get some more hands-on knowledge and experience and exposure to learners with barriers to support. So then they really work along with the mentor teachers. We go along as lecturers, so it's time consuming and everything, but we go with them to a specific school, and then they get opportunity to really engage with the students. But therefore the ethics is so important. We can't just barge in at schools, but therefore it is our vision actually to compile all the different modules over 4 years, only in 3 years, and then have the community community year actually for teachers that go out in their 4th year. But yes, so this is still a lot of thinking and taking hands with a lot of institutions, as well as the department, to really get that planned on on paper. Yes. So can I just give to Sunette for the full service school?
Hello. With regard to your answer or your question about the full service schools, so originally it was only for level 1 and 2 learners. Well, if we talk about level 1, the need is not so high, and then level 2, the need is a little bit more higher. Then level 3 would go then to a special school. So within the full service school, most probably there would be a resource class, and that resource class would then have learners who mostly function on the SID level, like they're severely intellectually disabled. And then the mild intellectually disabled learners, they can go to the mainstream. So in essence, we don't want segregation. We want them to integrate. But we also have to understand, that's why I put in the continuum of inclusion, is that it's actually a process in developing and implementing operational functionalities to become more inclusive. That's why it was a type of a stepping stone from one block to the other block. So in the beginning, when we were a full service school, our teachers wanted nothing to do with teaching learners who function on the MID, mild intellectually disabled level. And it was a lot of frustration because the district referred these learners from other schools who experience barriers to learning, and then they think that in this school the teachers are all special needs teachers, who they are not. They don't even have special needs. So a full service school in essence is about functioning as a little community in where kind of like a COP, like a community of practice, which we used in our research as well. But the parties or the educators themselves, as well as the SMT, as well as the principal, they develop in this mindset of support, and you take little steps one at a time. So it took me 7 years to change the mindset of the learners in our school. When I can remember when I first drafted our IEP, they were very mad with me, very cross. They didn't want that IEPs in the profiles. But now they type it, they do it so well. They've got different aspects, what emotionally that they address the emotional capacity or the learning barriers, the physical, if they have neurodiverse, they're very good in that as well. So what I actually wanted to tell you is that it takes time, number one. Number two, you will see that as you teachers leave and newer teachers attend the school, it becomes easier because they come into the continuum of where the school is then. Whereas the school was 4 years back, the school was where nobody wanted to teach those learners. So as new staff comes in, they are more open to teaching these types of learners. So, and then with regard to the segregation of the resource class, we have to come to a point where we have to ask ourselves, if I get a sensory overload, how inclusive am I? For example, if I'm neurodiverse and I'm sitting under this light, and this is too sharp for me, and all of you are speaking and there's someone making coffee there at the back, I get a sensory overload. It's only an example. How inclusive are we really? You are actually excluding me. I'm much better in a room of 12 learners with a specialist teacher where everybody in that room understands one another and we become like a little family and a teacher becomes like a second mother. But it is very important that those learners must integrate into the mainstream for other subjects. For example, if they do physical activities, if they go out for sports, if they go out for arts and culture, they have to integrate with your class assistant. You have to have a class assistant who supports you. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Matubai, do you still have other hands?
There's another, I think it's a follow-up from the previous comment.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. We can take the follow-up, then go to...
Dr. Mkuma,
yes.
There's also more comments on YouTube. So after her, let me read those.
Okay, let's take the follow-up question, comment, and then we go to the comments from YouTube, and then we request Dr. Mbia to make the vote of thanks, and then we will formally close, and meet tomorrow.
Okay.
For now, the follow-up question.
It's not a follow-up question, it's really a comment or a say from Prof. Kuno. You have spoken about the employment where the form Z83 or whatever form is said, are you disabled? Then the answer is yes or no. When you answer yes, you are really realistic to yourself, or then you won't be even called for interview. And then once you are there for interview, once they saw that really this person is a problem to us, they don't even hire you. So my question is, how can these people with impairments be protected from things like that? Or the form must be changed? Or is there any law that can really speak about this thing, or a policy that protects people with disability when coming to employment? Because sometimes it is not even practiced, and people are living with that pain that I'm applying, I won't even be shortlisted. I'm applying just for interest's sake, but I know that I can't be employed. So can anything be done to protect those people of that thing? And then the question is referred to Prof. Kuno, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Prof. Kuno, can you?
Thank you. I think there's various legislations, even the Constitution basically protects, and the Employment Equity Act. But I think one of the things that really is required is awareness raising, because more often than not, discrimination happens when everyone in the room agrees. But then if there's awareness, then we start agreeing on new ways of doing things. The reason why our institutions have cultures that exclude persons with disabilities is because our communities do the same. Our homes do the same. How we speak to our children about persons with disabilities creates ideas that exclude, so it requires work not only in institutions of employment or higher learning. It requires shifts everywhere in society. It requires shifts for everyone. In terms of disclosure, no one is forced to disclose, but disclosure is useful for at different levels of our institutions. For example, when we are budgeting and we know how many people in our institution are persons with disabilities, then we can increase some of the monies for support. If we know how many students we have with disabilities and with particular disabilities, we can also budget for some of the tools they require. So it's important, but one of the reasons why no one should be forced is because people are discriminated when they do. So for example, if you don't disclose on the form when you apply and you arrive and your disability is visible, it doesn't give them the right to say you didn't disclose and therefore, you have to be interviewed, you have to be treated like anyone else. So the solutions are at various levels, but they really require political willingness at different leadership spaces. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Prof, can I say something before we proceed to Mr. Barren Madubanyo? Can I say something? Democracy is very difficult to implement than autocracy. Autocracy is just a quick fix of making life easier to those who are in power. So there is no engagement, nothing. You just close the space for engagement. Now, when it comes to disability, if we genuinely want to address the issues of disability, we should first look at the categories that were created for us, especially if we want to employ the African epistemologies. We're looking at the categories where we are in. So we are fitted into specific categories. Sometimes it's not easy to deal with someone because the category has been described as this and this and this, and perceptions have been created. So this is what is applicable to the employers when they say disclose. It's only that they want to pull a sentence from somewhere where this category has been described and the dangers and the risk associated with the category explained, so that they can make decisions. So in my view, the real elephant in the room is these categories that we are in. They make life easier to those who have, and they make life complicated to those who don't have. Mr. Madubanyo, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Doc.
And thereafter, it will be Dr. Mpia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There is only one person who wrote a couple of comments here. Moloko Makoma on YouTube. Couple of comments. I'll just go through them. Theory versus practice in FSS. As the definition of FSS is undermined, 3/4 of learners are special needs than low to moderate policy speaking about. Again, Moloko. Employment equity people employment equity people with impairment undermined. Once disclosed, they won't shortlist. If by mistake shortlisted, they won't employ. Again, Moloko. Practice infrastructure resources, staffing, and rotation in FSS is a disaster. Again, Moloko. Draw new policies to start afresh with implementation of FSSs as they are not functional. Workshops cater mainstreams as presenters do not understand inclusion. Can the Department of Education assess in capital letters the quality of information given to FSS staff before it is transferred? The FSS staff need training before interacting with learners, especially new staff. Stakeholders need to know and understand the definition of all schools as parents force, there's a pop-up here, as parents force learners with serious learning difficulties to be admitted in FSS. Apologies for the FSS, I'm not sure what it stands for. Or full service school.
Full service school.
Okay, the last
Sorry,
one.
sir. Full service school.
Okay, the last one, full service school management need to be trained about how full service schools should look like. That's the last one. So Moloko wrote a couple of things there for noting, colleagues. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, let us go to let us request Dr. Mbia to give us a vote of thanks. Then we will close appropriately thereafter. Dr. Mbia.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Mkuma. Dumelang. Sanibonani. Abusheni. Oh. Inclusivity. It's gone. Realeboer. Program Director, Dr. Lindo Gutle-Mkuma, the distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues, students, and participants. It is my great honor to stand before you and make a vote of thanks. It's not everybody, it's not every day you get this chance to say thank you to such beautiful audience. You have been here in the morning. All the chairs are still filled up. Thank you for that. Thank you. So today's session, it's about, or it was about, African Inclusive Higher Education Summit, transforming universities for equity, access, and belonging. What a challenging topic. And I must say that after such rich and thoughtful, provoking presentations, I realized something. In academia, we don't just answer questions. We create even more questions. And judging by our question and answer session today, I believe we have all done very well in that regard today. Questions were asked, answers were given, and perfectly so. Thank you. And on behalf of the organizers and the Department of Inclusive Education, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of this program. And our heartfelt gratitude goes to the Lady of the House, Prof. Mutizwe, for her leadership and for enabling us to host this important summit. to have our breakfast, and now we are going to have our lunch. And now I think we are going to get the packages, Prof. Mutitswe, to go home with. We extend our special recognition to Professor Magube, our UNESCO chair, and the mastermind behind this summit. He is the mastermind, and definitely this was beautiful. Your vision and leadership, Prof, have truly brought this important conversation to life. It's alive. You know, access, equity, belonging. It's so alive. We also sincerely thank Professor Malahlela for the excellent coordination and for introducing our presenters with such professionalism throughout the program. Thank you, Prof. Malahlela. To our keynote speakers and presenters, thank you for your insightful and thought-provoking engagements. Your contributions have challenged and inspired us and have deepened our understanding of equity, access, and belonging in higher education. Prof. Kuno, I heard you saying, when the lift is not working, that's exclusion. Wow. I never thought exclusion or inclusion beyond whatever that we were talking about. But there are so many things that exclude us as people. We also appreciate the College of Education, the executive group, Professor Magwe, for the opening remarks that set the tone for this important dialogue, as well as our program director, Dr. Lindo Guhle, for guiding us so smoothly throughout the day. And we also extend to all presenters from UNISA, Northwest University, University of Venda, UNESCO, and our international partners whose diverse perspectives have strengthened this platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration. Thank you very much. We acknowledge with appreciation the important work of ACSUIT. Ndate ACSUIT? Thank you. Thank you in advancing the support for students with disabilities. Our sincere thanks go to our sign language interpreters. Ladies and gentlemen, today I realized how to say mother. How do we say mother? Mother. Hey, can you see it? We have learned a lot. So our language interpreters, Ms. Winnie Maweni and Ms. Sophie Mabaso, whose presence ensured that inclusion was not only discussed, but meaningfully practiced. And we also thank the UNISA print production for the printed material that we are having there, and also for the ACSUIT for assisting with the printed programs in Braille. Thank you so much. This is inclusion. Hi. Thank you. We extend our gratitude to the College of Education, Communications and Marketing Office for the gifts and promotional items. Do I have a gift? Okay. A special word of appreciation goes to Mr. Madubanya for his excellent technical support and expertise, which ensured the seamless running of today's proceedings. Thank you. In the true spirit of inclusion, Baholo, where no one is left behind, we also recognize our dedicated administrative team. Mrs. Msiza, where are you? Ms. Kuno, Ms. Kosana, Mr. Saptu, and Ms. Matome. Your work behind the scenes is deeply appreciated. Thank you very much. To all the participants, both in person and online, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and commitment to advancing inclusive higher education. May the insights gained continue to guide us as we strive to transform our institution into spaces of true equity, access, and belonging. Thank you. Rea leboha, Akensa, Siabo. Safe travels, enjoy your lunch, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow again. Same time, same place. Thank you very much.
Before we stand up and dish out